and welcome to the Clash of Clans World Championship July monthly finals. I'm Carbon Finn, joined here with a fellow amazing co-casters. Cannot wait to bring you the final golden ticket for the qualifiers, the monthly finals. But Itsu, are you ready?
I am so ready. You said it already. It's going to be the final qualifier, the last qualifier for those teams to get the golden, but as well the silver ticket then for later the last chance qualifiers. So I'm super excited. Woody, how about you?
That's right, guys. We've got one more big month of competition where all of the qualification spots were open and available today. 6 teams remain to contend for that last coveted spot. But there's a wrench to throw in the works because we've got a last chance qualifier still on the books. We have silver tickets still to hand out, so it's not all going to be decided this weekend, but this is the last open opportunity for teams to make it to the top. And boy, have we got an amazing addition to this month to make the excitement even greater. Let's welcome a new host, Laxnose.
Hey yo guys, what's up? I'm super excited to be here today. We got so many great teams to watch today. A lot of them we've been seeing in the monthly finals from several months before this. So Carbon, tell us exactly how these teams got here.
Indeed, these teams started in Stage 1, the open qualifiers, where all teams open to anyone to sign up. And that was narrowed down to Stage 2 to compete in the monthly qualifiers, where the top 128 teams narrowed it down to 6 who are playing this weekend. You win the monthly finals, you get a golden ticket, but if you don't, you get a silver ticket to compete in the last chance qualifiers to eventually try to make it to the Clash of Clans World Championship Finals, Itsu.
That's right, and this weekend is going to be played as a 6-team double elimination bracket where the top 2 seeded teams are getting a bye in the first round. Every single match is going to be a 5 vs 5 clan war, where each player is only allowed to attack once. The first place out of this double elimination bracket is going to earn a golden ticket to the World Finals later this year, and the second place team is going to earn a silver ticket to the last chance qualifier. But there is more on the line than just those 2 tickets, Woody.
Right you are. We have got some cash money up for grabs. $55,000 available just this month alone. And qualifiers to this event have already earned $5,000 cash for their team. Advancement by winning additional matches will score them even more. 4th place comes away with $6,500. The bronze spot earns $8,500. And then our top 2 teams together will earn a $30,000 cool prize to earn there. Second place getting that $12,000 spot. First place is an $18,000 prize, but there's more to earn on top of that. Qualification is on the line, Lexnos.
Yes, a golden ticket will be given out this weekend, but this isn't just any golden ticket event, because this is the last monthly final where we will be giving out a golden ticket and a silver ticket to the World Championship, Carbon.
Indeed, and let's learn the teams that are having the golden and silver tickets. Well, from last month, there's been an update. After fair play checks from last month's finals, teams that were previously given disqualifications have been reinstated and offenders were given official warnings. That means we had an update since the last monthly finals. VM Legacy has been reinstated as golden ticket winners. Navi and HTM Esports, which were formerly Savage Elite, have also been reinstated as silver ticket winners. And we'll find out the final fellow ticket winners tomorrow when we'll be handing out that golden and silver tickets. But man, what a lineup of teams we have that are going to be competing later with golden tickets. But Itsu, let's learn who's competing this weekend.
Yeah, I think we should check out the teams and how they're matching up. We have a chance of getting another golden ticket and a silver ticket as well. We have a total of 6 matches today, with the first 2 matches being played in the first round, with the first match being Marcos Esports versus VN Esporting, and the second match going to be Dizzy versus Pulse Gaming. In the second round, we have already Momentum Shifters and Navi waiting because they have claimed the first and second seed in the stage before and have gotten this first round bye because of that. But that's a lot of good teams. Woody, what do you think about that?
I think it's going to be an amazing month of combat, and the 6 teams that have qualified have certainly all earned extremely high accolades for doing so. This was the last chance, and so the meta has been establishing itself over the course of the year. We've seen a very offensive metagame that highly favors consistent attackers that have the opportunity to really show off those 3 stars in record fast time. Let's take a look at predictions, though. One of our favorite things to do is to try to predict the outcomes of matches before they even happen. You know, we try to make the weathermen look good out here, and for match number 1, it looks like it's going to be a tight one. Itsu and I both taken VN Esporting, while Lexnos and Carbon have taken Marcos, but a bit more one-sided on match number 2. I gotta hand it to you guys. I took Dizzy X and Ezos on that one, but across the board, the rest of y'all took Pulse Gaming. I'll let y'all make your case first before I come back to it. Lexnos, tell us what you think about the predictions on board.
I think the predictions are very interesting. It's fun to see that we're a little split on match number 1. I think Carbon and I did get to stream last week VN Esporting a bunch, and we did notice a little bit of trouble from some of their players on offense. We think that they might have had their defense carry them through that qualifier a little bit, so I think that's why we went with Marcos. And for match number 2, for me, man, just something about Pulse Gaming these last couple months. I feel like every time I watch them, they're hitting 15 stars. What do you think, Itsu?
Yeah, I mean, I would completely agree. Like, Pulse Gaming looked really, really strong. They kind of struggled sometimes to show up when it matters. I remember last qualifier, they dropped out of the qualifier really quickly, unfortunately. So let's hope that, well, they took their lessons out of that and somehow makes it now into the next rounds, because you don't want to drop into the slower bracket, which is always so heartbreaking. But Carbon, what about you with your predictions? You went the same as Lexnos.
I did go the same as Lex knows. I was feeling the same thing like Lex mentioned from the previous weekend, where VN Esporting was struggling a bit, and it was the final attacker that ended up helping them get to this point, which was from HTM Esports. It was because of a 1-star. So, I mean, did they get a little lucky? Doesn't matter, because they made it to this point, and they are going to try their best. So it's going to be a great first match. But what all of you at home can do, if you head over to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, you can get predictions, and they are just like we got predictions here to try to earn in-game prizes. So be sure to head over there and check that all out. So it's going to be an action-packed weekend. I cannot wait for it. But Woody, you did have the one odd man out on Dizzy. Did you have any reason for that?
Well, this is actually a rematch. If you guys remember, last month, Disney played Pulse Gaming, and the outcome was a win for Dizzy. You know, it was a 15-15 star tie, and it was a win on time. But the fact that they already had this psychological edge at having scored a victory over them before, I think really gives them a little bit of a leg up there. And not only did Dizzy beat them once, but Dizzy went all the way to get 3rd place, dropping out at the very end of the lower bracket. So not a shabby performance. I will hand it to you guys. Pulse is on the upswing. I think that they have certainly got an amazing roster and a good opportunity to take that win all the way. But history could be a forward to the future. So let's go ahead and see in the match to come whether or not that plays out, or if it's going to be a turnaround this time. You know, revenge is a dish best served cold, and we often do sometimes see teams pull it back in. But we're going to start with the first match. It's going to be VN Esporting versus Marcos Esports. Lexnos, what is the key storyline to look for here?
The key storyline that here is going to be how much are they willing to risk leaving the town hall for last in some of these attacks. You can see the stats on screen there. Both of these teams consistently hitting more 15-star wars than they are anything less. I mean, their average is 14.7 for both of them. It's going to come down to who's willing to risk leaving the town hall late, maybe using some of those overgrowth spells, and who's going to come up a little short and potentially get a 1-star. That is one concern I have.
Yeah, VN Esporting has got a really strong lineup with many players having the competitive on-screen performance, not only on this stage, but also on the big stage in person when it matters. So can they take that and have that be an advantage in this matchup against Marcos Esports? I mean, Marcos Esports, they also have the experience too, but they're trying to make it to the in-person World Championship Finals. I mean, this is the very first match of this whole weekend, so if you're just joining, get ready, as it's going to be action-packed here, Itsu.
It is going to be for sure, and we see already in the first match that we have quite a few players who are still perfect over this competition, which I think is quite impressive because, I mean, sometimes you're pressured to go for time, sometimes there are those small mistakes, and this then could cost you the attack. So still going perfect is looking really, really good, but they have to show up when it matters most. I feel like this clutch factor has been missing out for some of those teams. Community voting, though, is really in favor of VN Esporting. That is quite surprising, I think, Woody.
Yeah, it might be surprising for some of y'all out there, but you and I were right on the same page with VN taking the lead here. I'll say Marcos Esports has performed extraordinarily well in qualifiers in years past. This is a team that has a lot of energy and excitement. They've been on main stages as well in other events, including the Snapdragon Pro Series. But it seems like this is a team that always gets to the finish line and then trips up at the very end. They seem to have trouble when it comes to these massive, big ticket opportunities. And I don't know if it's a metagame issue here where they're just not used to competing against squads that are from around the world. It seems that a lot of their competitive experience comes from playing against other teams that are also from the Indian subcontinent. And so it's just a question mark as how they're going to face up against a world caliber opponent in this first match. VN Esporting seems to have the pick of stability, of consistency, of having that international reputation. In fact, this is a team that pulls players from multiple different countries, so that diversity can also tend to tilt in their favor.
Oh yeah, but we're getting ready for this very first match, so we're gonna say goodbye to Woody and Lexnos here. We'll see you guys very soon for the next matches to come. But Itsu, this is the first one of the last monthly finals, where we will be giving away a golden ticket and a silver ticket, like we mentioned earlier, because the final remaining silver tickets will be given away through community tournaments, and then you will have the final remaining teams competing in the last chance qualifier, which you can only get one golden ticket, the last spot in the Clash of Clans World Championship.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure on the line. If you have no golden or silver ticket yet, this is what it comes down to, because if you don't have one of those silver tickets, you can't play in the last chance qualifier. You can't earn one of those last golden tickets if you don't make it through any community event, for example. And we have the first attack being around the corner, and VN Esporting seems to be the team which is going to attack first.
Yeah, VN Esporting, L&D wants to kick it off for them. Can they take advantage of being in this opportunity? And remember, you only have to win just a few matches, 4 of them, starting in the very first match. And it is double elimination, so if you do get sent to the lower bracket, you do have that second opportunity. We're seeing it, LND coming in with the Super Barbarians, the Root Riders, the Overgrowth, pairing in the Siege Barracks to the bottom side, and pairing in the Roots and Valks in between these heroes, and right away coming on down as that Town Hall is a little bit towards the top with the Monolith, the Poison, and the Rage spell near it.
Yeah, and I feel like it's now getting more and more common that you have those areas with no defenses to manipulate the pathing of those Root Riders. So you have to make sure that the timing of this troop is perfect. The King took down the left side, the Roy Champ with the Siege Barracks took down the bottom side, and now those Root Riders can actually path into the core. So really great job on the pathing which has been created there. The Valkyries with some Hog Riders are reinforcing the bottom side, and the Overgrowth should run out somewhat soon, I think.
And the brilliant thing of, if you're wondering why are they always wanting to overgrowth the Town Hall, well, it's because they will pass it and then come back to it and take it down, and you don't have to deal with the Town Hall explosion and push through that Town Hall poison. That's the biggest thing of what they're wanting to avoid, is all that extra damage, and then it can continue to move through. LND getting that first 3-star here for VN Esporting. Great first attack there, and we'll take a look at the time, because that's going to play a big factor. 1 minute 14 seconds. If it is a fully tied war, 15-15, and then the final tiebreaker is the how quick the teams were at attacking. So the quicker you are, the more likely you are to win the match.
Yeah, that's right. And We have already the next attacker getting ready. Marcos Esports is going to go with their first attack. And we have seen so far over the last couple of weeks and months a lot of Root Riders, a lot of Valkyries, and as well quite a lot of Dragon attacks recently, with some Electro Dragons mixed in there as well. Especially the Giant Arrow is working currently really successful to take down those sweepers inside the middle of the base, which then is going to speed up those attacks quite a bit as well, because you have just said it, time is going to be an important factor for those teams, especially at the highest level, who have really high chances of getting those 15 stars.
Yeah, if I think back to the previous years of the esports, Valkyries were never really ever used. Maybe just here and there as a 1-2 single troop to come in and help deal with skeletons from in compartments. And now we're seeing Valkyries being used so much, I think it's making up for all the years that we were never seeing them, as we again seen the Valks and the Root Riders coming on in. And I'm going to be curious to see if are we going to continue to see this strategy, or will they switch it up with an attack meta that we've been seeing quite a bit. Also has been some dragons and clone spells that has been working.
Yeah, we have the Electro Dragon flying really far into the base, leading the charge right there. The pathing has not been really set up. I feel like he wants to take down the bomb tower maybe as well. We have just talked about the Root Riders not being easy to like create pathing with, because they're just going for defenses, which means you have to get this pathing right early. And it seems like with this dead area, they're not really going all into the core together. Only a few of them, but is this going to be enough to take down those defenses there?
Yeah, with a freeze to the top side, Royal Champion, P.E.K.K.A following in towards the top to take out the enemy Queen, the Ricochet Cannon. But a few back-end Super Barbarians to come in and deal with that multi-archer tower to eventually go towards that Town Hall. They're all wrapping up and around, drops the skeleton spell to distract that model, so that Queen and her ability could continue to help try to make her way up and eventually towards the core.
Yeah, the Roy Champ ability with this Hot Rider puppet, it's just so good. The haste and Hot Rider combination is just so strong. It gives you this defensive power which you need with the Hot Riders, which are getting spawned to protect your fox, protect your pet, and at the same time turn things invisible. And take a look at that. Wow, indeed, because both teams are starting off exactly the same when it comes down to stars, to percentage, and time as well. Everything is tied up. Those two attacks have not happened kind of for this match to some degree.
The difference between these teams is insane in terms of between the other teams that were playing in the qualifiers, where these teams here are hitting around 60, 70, 75 seconds, while the other teams in the qualifiers are closer to a minute 40, it could be a minute 50, and it's just, you have to be this quick when it comes down to it. But remember, not many wars are perfect, and usually comes down to one mistake. So if you are able to get to a perfect, you still will have a good opportunity, a good chance to win. But as you get closer to that grand finals, the odds are more likely we will see perfects. So you really cannot afford one single tile mistake of dropping a troop the wrong way, as we're now seeing quite a bit of Valkyries getting sprung to the left side.
And something which I really like is the, well, adaptation there with the hero pet for the Baron King. He's using the Angry Jelly to make sure that he does not need to funnel that Baron King whatsoever, since it's only going for defenses. Unfortunately, though, it is stuck on those Ice Golems, while at the same time, the Single Inferno Tower is completely taking down that King. The Queen can now still use that. Wait, she's going for the storages to the outside, which means she is not going to join up with those Root Riders in the core. But there's not much base left, so I think the attack still looks pretty solid.
Yeah, with the Queen now coming back to the middle, taking that jump spell. Does find a tornado trap, so getting spun around here for a little bit, but he sends in, has the Royal Champion coming to the right, with Valkyries now being deployed out of that siege barracks, drops a wall break to try to help have these Valkyries eventually make their way towards the Town Hall, but that Queen ability's already been forced. Does have to make his way there. Oh no, he just swags a rage on the outside.
No way. The rage could really cost him, not only on stars, but as well on time. And that might be the even more important factor. The town hall still going down. But this might be something which is represented in the time average for his team. What is going to be the final result for his attacking time? 3 stars they are, but those teams want to attack fast as well. It's going to be 1 minute 32, which is way below their average with the first attack.
Yeah, right there, minute 32. That rage could have helped gain a few seconds back by speeding those troops up, and it accidentally, as you potentially press the rage spell, you click to zoom, pin zoom in and out, and you accidentally deploy that spell. Everyone watching is definitely happened for sure. They know that feeling, and if you're saying it did not happen to you, no way. It's had to have happened to every single clasher out there, accidentally dropping and raging up the grass. Maybe to try to help it grow a little bit faster, but I mean, you know, that's what happens in your attacks. But he's able to push through, as now Marcos Esports are looking to come in with, the Roots and Velks as well, but finding a Seeking Airman's right on the outside to the bottom, as the Root Riders and Velks are coming in right away to the right side.
Yeah, one of the main reasons why we see so many Valkyries currently is just the change with the equipment. You have now the HP aura of that Apprentice Warden, and at the same time you're bringing the, well, healing book of that Warden as well, which is just synergizing so good with tanky troops. And Valkyries have a lot of hit points with just 8 housing space, so that is just a great synergy. But something which is not a great synergy is, well, there's not many troops inside that core. Is that going to be a problem though now, Carbon?
We'll see as the freeze goes onto the multi-arch tower and Inferno tower to the bottom side. Queen is pathing her way up towards the top. The wall is open from those Velks, so the Queen's going to step in. She can grab the multi-arch tower and that value, and then we'll have to pop her ability as the overgrowth wears off to be able to help grab the core, which has that town hall right there. So there's the free spell. She could get a fantastic value in the middle as he's sprinkling these troops around the edge, setting in the super barbs. And we are going to have another 3-star come in for Marcos Esports.
Yeah, and it is for sure a faster attack than what we have seen just a couple of seconds ago from VN Esporting. And this means Marcos Esports takes the lead on time for now. There's still plenty of more attacks to do in this match, but at least after 2 attacks each for both teams, Marcos Esports having the lead.
Marcos Esports are looking to now defend against Demo from VN Esporting. And MWC hold strong. We've been seeing the 3-stars, and it's been all Root Riders and Valkyries here today. And it looked like that may potentially continue, because when a clan comes in with a set of attacks, usually majority of the attackers tend to come with similar attacks because they are really trying to practice and master that strategy. As we're seeing here, Demo indeed is bringing in the Root Riders and Valkyries with that Queen off to the right side, and a lot of red air bombs seem to be right there as that one balloon pulled up plenty of traps. So not popping that Queen ability just yet because the Healer Puppet is there as the overgrowths, not the Town Hall, but a lot of value behind it.
Yeah, interesting choice there from the defensive side to bring all of those red mines, because they were already expecting those ground attacks, which means you can put those air traps further on the outside to catch maybe this Healer Puppet and take care of those healers right there, which are getting spawned. They're just going for the King right now. The Generator Trap is keeping the King in place as well as the Queen is keep moving forward, but the Root Riders, they're stuck currently on some Ice Golems.
Yeah, with the RC ability now going off, the Hulk getting raged up, the Royal Champion hasting right on through the core, getting some fantastic value. The King comes back to life with that Phoenix, as we're seeing the Roots to the left continue through, slowly disappearing here. This could be a problem. Not only potentially will it be even a 3-star. Hang on here, because always it's about time, as this Queen's ability's already been forced. One final wall breaker coming into the bottom side. The Ricochet cannon stays up, and oh no, this is looking like it's a 2 here for Demo if this Queen can't survive this.
Yeah, this seems to be a defense with, yes, he has some healers, but the Unicorn going down as well with the X-Bell, with that cannon as well right behind, and the Tesla farm, obviously. It seems like to be too much damage, and this is now the chance of Marcos Esports really pulling ahead with not only percentage and stars and time, just all together, they could take a massive lead now after just 3 attacks.
Yeah, this is going to put VN Esporting to 8 total stars so far in 3 attacks here. 93% 2-star there for Demo. And now time is not going to be a factor. And this is where we talk about only will time be a factor when you're hitting that perfect war. And granted, if you're exactly tied in any other scenario, like if Marcos Esports get a 93%, then time will be a factor again. But that is pretty unlikely here, as now Marcos Esports are going to be going for a triple, and if they 3-star out, they'll be advancing.
Yeah, so they have everything in their own hands. They can now decide if they'll keep going in this upper bracket, and we have seen it over the last couple of months. I think only one time we have seen an upset from the lower bracket in the finals, since you have to go for a bracket reset if you're getting to the finals from this lower bracket. You have not to win once, you have to win twice, which is really not an easy task whatsoever. But Marcos Esports, they're going to try to stay in this upper bracket, and they're going to bring those air attacks now. Dragons, Dragon Riders, and the Giant Arrow across the base.
That Giant Arrow of the Queen right away to help grab and snipe some value, which I believe, no, it didn't. It might have actually grabbed one air defense, which was to the top side corner, as that Warden ability goes off right away to not only protect all the Blues and Dragons, but to protect that blimp. But oh no, there's got to be Seeking Air Mines right on the other side. Yep, there's one, there's two. The blimp is going to dodge it because the balloon actually spun around in front. But the question is, can he clone out in front to get to the Town Hall? Yes, there's the freeze, and there's some red air bombs. These balloons need to go and secure the Town Hall here.
Oh, the Town Hall should go down.
Oh,
wait, should go down, I said. But there's one dragon. No, the dragon redirects. Come on, dragon. One shot. You got this. Maybe, maybe not. Another sweep, but the last second, the Town Hall going down, and the Royal Champ now has to do a massive task because there's still the King on defense, but the Queen is still alive as well.
Yeah, he dropped that skeleton spell to the far right side by accident, so those skeletons are stuck in that compartment doing absolutely nothing. Now they're going to have to continue his way through with the Royal Champion hasting around. Does have a handful of dragons left with that Queen. Marcos Esports will indeed be getting that triple, but keeping us on the edge of our seats there. Wow, well done. Still getting it done, keeping their advantage now here in the very first match. And so you talked about how a team, if they lose the very first match, it is such a difficult run to make it down through the lower bracket. But it's been done before, and not only has it been done before, it was done by the very first team to be getting the golden ticket, which was Synchronic. They lost the very first match, won all the way through the bottom bracket, forced the bracket reset, and then won yet again. So it is possible, but it is still very difficult.
Yes, and to make sure that this is not going to happen to them dropping to the lower bracket right away, VN Esporting have to 3-star every single attack while still hoping for a defense. We have talked about it. They had one of the best defenses in the second stage of this qualifier, which means there can always be some problems happening maybe for Marcos, but as well I'll be all in going in for the air attack. There is no Electro Dragon and less Dragon Riders, but this means he has more supportive troops with only one clone.
I love how that skeleton spell was used. It not only kind of protected through the Arch Tower, but mainly it protected that ricochet cannon, so it didn't actually kill the Unicorn. So it initially skipped and hit the Queen and the Unicorn, but then it started to hit the skip and hit the Queen and the skeletons protecting, so the Queen had more healing on her. While the blimp went for the Town Hall, secured it, the dragons are going to continue their path through the monolith while the King is making his way to the top. The Royal Champ has already also been deployed to the far left.
Yeah, King has done a great job. The Royal Champ doing her thing on the far left side. There is his spring trap on the outside, taking down the Giant. But there's just so many dragons at this point, so a 3-star should be guaranteed, especially with the Royal Champion now going into the last couple of defenses. And yes, indeed, it is going to be the next 3-star. And if both teams would have been still perfect, take a look at the time, Carbon. That one was a really, really quick attack with 1 minute and 12 seconds. But since this match is really unlikely going to finish in a tie when it comes down to stars and percentage, the time is pretty much off the table for those teams. And they just have to concentrate on getting those 3 stars.
Yeah, 3 stars are what matters here. Can they continue to bring it against Marcos Esports? Not too many attacks left here as Marcos are going to look to take down Demo, who did get that 93% 2-star. Been a lot of Root Riders Valkyries, but we've been starting to see some sprinkles of dragons and some clone spells, and it can be sometimes a little bit risky. You send that blimp in. If you do find a tornado trap, if you're not ready for it, typically there may be a set of Seeking Air Mines behind the tornado trap to snipe those blimps. If you can't get those core of the base with the clone spells, then it can start to wear away, as we indeed are seeing exactly that. Dragons and 2 clones. So the big key is, does the blimp find a tornado trap? If it does, it could be a problem trying to make it all the way to the core.
And Tanwar Sahab is actually the player for Marcos Esports who is perfect over this competition. So I think he is feeling confident going into this attack to get another 3-star on his list. Funneling with the selected dragon. We have seen this quite a few times, making sure that the funnel is set, but there is now a couple of Tesla popping up, which is, well, kind of stressful for a selected dragon, but the blimp already started as well. This is caught, like the blimp is caught now with that ward ability flying all the way into the core.
And there it is, the double clone. I'm going to freeze onto a sweeper. Finally now freezing the sweeper. Balloons getting cloned up. Getting there's the tornado trap that was near the town hall. So, but he did secure the town hall. The 2nd star will be secured once he hits that 50%, as some dragons have split off to the top side. But we still have that multi-archer tower, 2 of them, with that multi-inferno tower. Quite a bit of stuff still in the middle of the space.
And what the bigger problem is that the clan castle is there as well. And if that clan castle is not going down, this means that most likely we're going to have ice golems coming out of that, which means it would delay things even further and cause to fail. The tornado trap inside of the red mines has countered perfectly that blimp. And currently this entire attack is not looking that good. Remember the clan castle troops, and the backgate is looking really scary.
And we do still have the Royal Champion abilities. Already deployed the Queen ability with a few healers on her to try to stay alive. But those ice golems, most likely that are sitting inside that clan castle, are yet to be deployed, because remember, they do not get pulled out if any air troops come in within the range. In this case, now ground troops, aka the Royal Champion, pulls Rockaloons, pulls the double ice golems, as the RC is getting now frozen as she took down one of the ice golems, and now she won't be able to get any more value in the core. The percent that he has to hit is a 93%. If he can hit that, it'll be tied in this match, as there's only 1 minute left to try to get a little bit more here. 92, reaching over the wall will be, oh no, she's got to go through this first set of walls here.
1 more beating and it's going to be a tie. 2 more beatings and they have still the percentage lead. How crazy would this be if this is 1 more beating now and it's again back to time? That would be kind of funny, not gonna lie. But the storage is going to go down. There's not a lot of damage on that queen with 30 seconds left. That should mean there is another beating on the menu with that bitter hat. And this means it's exactly 1 beating enough, it seems like, or maybe 2 buildings enough. But they are getting this 2nd star with high enough percentage.
A 2 building lead here now for Marcos Esports, going into the final set of attacks. So time isn't a factor. If they triple their final attack, they will be winning and keeping their momentum in the upper bracket, because The teams that do indeed lose, getting sent to the lower bracket, they've been getting knocked out. It's such a tough road to win down there. So it is so important to see if Marcos Esports can get that final triple to lock it up. But Altano wants to put the pressure onto Marcos Esports by tripling here.
Yeah, they have to put up the pressure, and especially now, you have seen Marcos Esports, they can have fails as well within their attacks. And typically, the last couple of bases are those spaces where you have not found your plan right away. So things can still go downhill kinda quick. But we have another Root Rider attack for Altano, and he is getting ready with, I would say, pretty much the classic equipments. The only surprise here might be that he's going with a giant arrow on, well, ground attack. We typically only see those with air attacks to snap down sweepers, for example.
Well, we'll see a ground attack here with the Root Riders, and Velks right away has that Queen's Giant Arrow with the healer puppet. Getting the healers there as the Root Riders and Valks coming to the far right side. Are going to snipe that Eagle Artillery right away. So that's going to be nice value. Doesn't have to worry about that later in the attack, as the King can utilize the jump spell through the Royal Champion as the Giant Gauntlet takes care of those skeletons. Man, that Giant Gauntlet is so strong as he now lures out the clan. Castle drops that Overgrowth as he's now going to pair everything together to finish on that Town Hall.
Yeah, we have seen this is where sometimes fails can happen. The Town Hall is supposed to be the last bidding because, well, the explosion and the poison damage can be even really, really deadly to Root Riders. But this still means that the Town Hall is the last bidding, and this can cause some problems if you don't have enough power. But currently this looks really solid. Yes, the Super Minion still, there goes the Rage and the Freeze. The Town Hall is going down, no problems whatsoever, and this entire backend is just getting completely overpowered.
What a dominating attack there for Altano. Now putting the pressure on to Marcos Esports. Comes down to the final attack here. If Marcos Esports triples, they win. But if they get a 99% 2-star, they will lose. So it all comes down to this, because Vienna Sporting only have that one fail. Then Marcos Esports can't fail yet again, since they already do have one, but they do have the percentage lead. And let's see what they could do here now. All comes down to this.
Indeed, everything is coming down to this, the last and final attack of this match. And this has to be that 3-star. I don't know, what do you think? What would be the strategy? They have done a lot of Root Riders in the beginning. They have switched to Dragon attacks. What would you expect here?
I don't know. Dragons, I would guess. Oh, no. It's the Root Riders and Velks. They're coming in with the classic, as going in for that triple. Can he get it done with a Golem out in front of the King to really help tank, as we have a jump spell to give that King access as well, closer towards that Town Hall, as that Queen's going to be on her own, walking through. He's waiting to deploy her ability to kind of get some value. Maybe now to have an arrow skip through. No, not just yet. Okay, dropping a balloon to test for any traps. So eventually when he does hit that Queen ability, the healers can be protected. Finds at least one of them as the King ability now goes off.
Yeah, King charging into the high damage area and able to trigger that Rage Tower, which is quite nice, because this means now that this Rage Tower is probably, or this raged area is probably taken care of before it can reload, if he's quick enough with those Root Riders and the bakeries. And he still has the Overgrowth spell, which is then probably going to be invested on this core as well.
Yeah, with that Queen continuing her way through, she'll be able to secure the Town Hall, as we have the Root Riders now coming into the left, kind of near this Queen, but he's going to push into the multi-arch tower as the Queen secure the Town Hall. Now the Root Riders don't have to deal with the damage from the explosion or that poison, as the Warrior ability can really help protect, making his way into the core.
Warren ability goes in, because if you rage up those Valkyries, they are really, really quick running into the base. The Giant Trap so far holding everything back. There goes another Rage. There goes the Freeze to make sure those troops are staying healthy. And now the Overgrowth spell, interestingly enough, on the back end with the 2 March Cannons and the Eagle.
Yeah, with that Eagle now being Overgrowth, doesn't have to worry about that damage, can path his way up to the top side ground expo, as does have a few defense to the bottom side. Did drop the skeleton spell on the eagle there, as once it does come back from the overgrowth, the ricochet cannons will potentially target onto that as he's slowly going to path through. There is the rage, and it's looking good here for MWC, and Marcos Esports are going to be getting the 3-star here, giving them the victory over VN Esporting in the very first match.
Yeah, and what a match with ups and downs this was. VN Esporting with the first 2-star attack, and then we have seen Marcos Esports with a 2-star as well, but just a couple of higher percentages, and this is going to give them the victory in the end, 14-14, and both teams, well, going into the next rounds. Marcos Esports in the upper bracket, while on the other side VN Esporting's dropping down in the lower bracket right from the first match.
Yeah, getting sent to that lower bracket is unfortunate, but VN Esporting will have the opportunity, since it is a double elimination, to try to win through the lower bracket and have the chance of making it to the grand finals. Because if you make it to the grand finals, even from the lower bracket, you're guaranteed a silver ticket. But that's not what you want. You want that golden ticket so you don't have to play in the last chance qualifiers. And speaking about silver tickets and golden tickets, any team that gets a golden ticket that may have already had a silver ticket, like for example Navi or Momentum Shifters, then the team that finished in third of their respective monthly qualifiers, monthly finals, will then be upgraded to a silver ticket. So there's certain teams that are rooting for some teams that are here in this monthly finals to try to be able to upgrade their ticket so they have a chance to fight in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, that is for sure something which can happen. It's, well, would be then really fortunate for the other team, but this is what you can do. You can upgrade those tickets if you make it to the first place of a qualifier, if you have already gotten a silver ticket. And I think you already named the example with Navi being in this qualifier and have the chance of upgrading their ticket to a golden ticket overall. So a lot of things can happen. A lot of other qualifiers can still be impacted by this qualifier. So, well, it's going to be an interesting one.
It is indeed going to be an interesting one here as we're continuing to see the replays coming in from this match. But it is going to be an epic weekend nonetheless. This is indeed the last monthly finals, giving away a golden and silver ticket. And then there's going to be community tournaments that will both give away 2. So there's 2 final left. So each of the community tournaments will give only 1 of the silver tickets away, but there's 2 remaining to then allow teams to compete in the last chance qualifiers to finally get the final remaining 1 single individual golden ticket. I know that's a handful, there's a lot there, but there's not many spots left, and there's so many teams fighting to try to get that, as Marcos Esports get a 99% destruction there with 14 stars, and all it takes is just the small few mistakes that can cost you in a match like this here.
Yeah, it were 2 buildings. That was the difference. 2 buildings. Just imagine, like Demo had, I don't know, maybe it's Archie going for a few more buildings right there. But wait a second, why? Well, that's impressive.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. But MWC getting that MVP vote in the end. Maybe Marcos Esports voted him as MVP. I don't know. Like, yeah, votes are going crazy for sure. And MWC, though, in the end, taking this voting for them. But hey,
yes,
we have Woody back. Woody, what did you make out of this last match?
It was incredibly turbulent, back and forth, no clear lead until the very end. You know, we saw an attack that could have faltered and dropped behind for Marcos Esports,
Woody,
but they managed to get...
Woody, I don't think
Maybe
we
you
can
can't
personally hear you.
No,
The stream probably can hear you.
The stream can hear me. I'm on stream. I was muted on Discord. Sorry, the casters couldn't hear me, but everyone else heard me. So I assure the rest of the casters I was saying some great stuff. But at any rate, the most important takeaway there is that time was not in Marcos Esports' favor. They really did have to kind of reconfigure their strategy and focus just on solid 3 stars toward the end. Even though they missed out on a chance to go on a perfect war, they still got the victory over VN Esporting, and so that's what matters the most in the end. They did edge out with a victory, but it was not one that I think is going to give very much confidence going forward.
Yeah, it's just a small victory, but remember, nonetheless, it is still a victory. You still move on, and now they can focus on their next match in the upper bracket, where they are going to be taking on the Momentum Shifters. And Momentum Shifters and Navi, who both have a first round bye, both have silver tickets. So it's going to be a very difficult match there for Marcos Esports in round 2. But the next match that we're going to be having here in round 1 is going to be Dizzy Sinios versus Pulse Gaming. And across the board, the casters, we were all picking Pulse Gaming, except Woody was the only one out there on Dizzy. And I guess Lexos and myself, we were correct with Marcos, and we're going to try to see if we can continue that there. So, Itsu, what was your reasoning behind picking Pulse?
Well, now looking back, I guess it was kind of smart going with your guys' prediction, since you voted already correct. No, I'm kidding. I think for me, Pulse, they are... I think overall they were just so good in different matches within community leagues as well. And I felt like they were not able to really show their class in the last qualifier where they dropped out really quickly. So I just hope that in some way it just, I don't know, like made them maybe less stressed in this high stress moment, which then gives them the opportunity to deliver really when it comes down to, well, now we have to deliver. So that is kind of the one thing which I'm going for, which I'm counting on, but I think it's going to be a really close call either way.
Yeah, it's going to be terrifyingly close. Going to be a very interesting match, just like the last one that we saw. Sometimes we have a sense that it's going to be a bit of a blowout with a really heavily favorite team out in front. But that is not the case for this next match. 2 really highly skilled teams that both have a great chance at advancement, but who is going to have that consistency? Who's going to keep on delivering the 3 stars after 3 stars? That is the question ahead of us right now, and you can see how extraordinarily close the hit rates and average stars on each attacks have been so far for Pulse Gaming and Dizzy Exinisos. Just 1 single digit separates them on both of those. Slightly higher average destruction for Dizzy Exinisos, but Pulse Gaming has a little bit higher hit rate. So in the end, that could be the decisive factor.
Yeah, Pulse Gaming coming in here with such a high hit rate as well. And all these teams are incredibly high with that high 90s. Even some players perfect, not missing a single attack and continuing their streaks. We'll have to see what they could do with Pulse Gaming. Like what you mentioned earlier when we started, was that the fact that we saw that Pulse did lose a previous match, as Wado, if we're taking a look, this was from the previous month where they were taking on teams like the Momentum Shifters, and they are trying to then advance. And remember, the winner of this match here is going to be taking on none other than Navi.
And that won't be an easy that won't be an easy task whatsoever.
Dropped up.
But another reason why I went with Pulse Gaming, and I feel like this is not really represented in the stats, is there's different stages within this tournament, right? And the overall hit rates and everything are like everything combined. But I feel like especially the second stage, where we're getting into like the elimination phase pretty much, this is where the stats are more representing how the pressure is. And this is where actually Dizzy is having, like, being one of the teams who actually had a fail out of all 6 teams, while overall a total of 3 teams have not had a single fail in the second stage. And Pulse Gaming being one of those 3 teams, not missing out a single attack. They have had 15 stars, 15 stars, 15 stars. And I feel like this is as well really important to note, as we're seeing another time this moment of last qualifier where, well, the spell timing was not that optimal, and the troops had to walk a special and an extra round there to make sure that they're finishing off the village, Woody.
Well, Dizzy and Pulse have both had experiences in this year's qualification process. Pulse earning a victory in the June qualifier to get them into the 5th, 6th place spot. Unfortunately, they dropped out early, but it was against the Momentum Shifters. That was the last war that you just got a chance to see there. Momentum Shifters ultimately did get the silver ticket from that event. So a very, very strong, skilled squad that they dropped against. But same story on the other side. You've got another team, Dizzy Esports, that went very, very far. And in the May qualifier, they actually dropped out against VM Legacy, a golden ticket team, once again, and Savage Elite Esports, another team that made it to the very end, silver ticket to their name, and highly experienced World Championship style team. So really great squads. I think that Dizzy X and Isos, it sounds to me, is a little bit underestimated among the caster squad here. I think that they really have a shot here to go all the way and take the win, but it's going to be all up to the result. The players themselves, they're going to be getting into the next match shortly, and it looks like indeed it does seem to be a very close match on the viewer predictions. We've got 52% of the vote coming in for Dizzy X and Isos and 48% of Pulse. Does that shake the foundations of your confidence at all, Carbon?
I would say maybe a little bit, and the big reason why is because in the last match, us as casters were split 50-50, while the viewers were really one-sided toward VN, and they were wrong, and it's kind of flipped. Now the casters are one-sided towards Pulse, while the viewers are kind of almost 50-50. So it really could go either way, but Pulse, they might have just a little bit more of an edge on their side because they want to get the revenge against Dizzy Salinos. Can they do it here to try to win? Because remember, the winner is going to take on an advance to Navi, who have a first round bye. So it's going to be an amazing match, but we're going to say goodbye to Itzu here for match number 2. So Woody, you and I will be jumping into this match to see who is going to take it, because I picked Pulse Gaming. Itzu, you also picked Pulse, and then Woody, you have been the only one to cross the caster desk taking on Dizzy. So it's going to be a great match that all of you at home do not want to miss.
Well, the viewers got my back too. A 52% vote in Dizzy's favor there is going to carry the day. I'm sure of it. Dizzy has got a solid chance of making this thing happen. This is a squad that has upset me in the past, has surprised me in the past. I thought that I was kind of, overestimating them before, wasn't really giving them my prediction, but they're a team that has rallied in late wars to really come back strong, and I think that this is going to be another one of those matches that goes to the very end. We've got Pulse attacking first, which I've also said doesn't seem to be an advantageous position. I think you typically want to be defending first, because that gives you another 3 minutes on all of your attacks and the opportunity to reconfigure your strategy if an attacker coming at you first misses. But don't expect to miss from Lincoln. This guy is an incredible player and a super strong clasher. Really excited to see what he's bringing in with his first attack, Carbon.
Yeah, Lincoln is going to be kicking it off here with the Dragons. 1 overgrowth, a jump, and no clone spells. We've been typically seeing a lot of clones being utilized with the dragon attacks, but Lincoln is not bringing that. You have to be careful about the overgrowth. Remember, what happens is if you drop it and you drop it a little too late and you don't drop it when maybe a raid spell tower has been activated, then it could activate after it goes away. So you have to time it right as a giant arrow flies through the space. As the balloons are down, dragons as well. This is where you pair the warden. And then a no blimp here. Okay, so a stone slammer right away hitting that ability.
Tough start for Lincoln, but good timing on that Eternal Tome, protecting those dragons from the fire raining down from that Eagle Artillery. Taking that out early is another good bonus as well, especially if these dragons remain a little bit clumped up. Defending Royal Champion gets a few stabs off, but the spread on the dragons is really good here. Overgrowth's right into the core. He's going to allow that rage tower to go off, and that will allow those dragons to go lock onto it early on so that they can finish that off, and it won't be a problem for the cleanup crew at the end. However, do notice that there is still that big monolith in the core of the base. If the dragons wrap around, they could have a little bit of a difficult time taking that down. Lots of bombs popping off in the core, and 2 more dragons have gone down. Multi-target Inferno does barely get eliminated there as Lincoln's offense is starting to dwindle a little bit here. Big defense from the core is going to be firing away now, Carbon.
And that King Spiky Ball skips across the space as the Town Hall has been secured. Royal Champion is making her way right through the core, and Lincoln is going to be delivering a 3-star here for Pulse Gaming. What a great start here. We're around a minute 22 in the attack, it looks to be, but still, you want to be delivering those 3 stars, and that is what they do here for Pulse.
Beautiful strike and takes down another big base. Nice job here to Pulse Gaming. Lincoln taking a 1 minute and 22 second hit. Seemed like the defensive DPS could have started to overwhelm him in the end, but he was able to keep his head on straight. Cool thinking prevailed, and it's a 3-star to start. Dizzy Exenizos for the return fire next are going to be coming back in. Momin is the man for the job, and he will be marching forth against Lincoln. Hot off his hit is now going to be defending in this next strike. Is there anything in particular about the Dizzy Exenizos team that we should be looking forward to, Carbon?
Well, we're looking forward to grid attacks. That's what definitely keep your eye out for. They're going to be looking to be answering and keeping a 3-star streak coming in these matches because Dizzy, Pulse, they are very capable of putting up perfect wars. They've done it before, and it's going to be the Dragon. So back-to-back Dragon attacks, starting with probably a Queen and her Giant Arrow. So let's see what kind of value her arrow can grab. What you want to spot is where are the 2 sweepers. I see one of them near the Town Hall. There's the ability. Okay, doesn't clip that one as the Queen ability goes off from the far right side as the Dragons are placed up top. And then we're going to see double rages with a Warden ability, and it's a Siege Barracks, no Stone Slammer, no Blimp, as he's just going to rely on these Dragons to fly all the way towards that core.
That's a long way to go, but Dragons worked well in the last attack from Lincoln. We'll see if Momin's got the same style strats. He's going to be popping that overgrowth a little bit early in there. Got to make sure that there's no problem at all for timing here at the end. But man, it is a difficult base to crack into with Dragons spread out so deeply. The core Dragon army is soaking a lot of air bombs in the core now, and that is not looking like a good start here for Momin.
That Queen died. She was supposed to continue her charge, followed into that compartment with a wall breaker to get the Scatter, Expo, the Multi-Archer Tower, but that's not the case. These Dragons now need to make their way to the Town Hall as he does freeze up the Town Hall, the multi, but 2 Multi-Archer Towers being raised up. That's a lot of damage. Don't tell me this Town Hall does not go down.
No,
Hang on here. What do you wait? No, it should go down. Okay, it goes down there. Oh,
freezes the core. Dragons doing everything they can to knock out that last multi, but it is not going to happen. Defenses are holding Carbon Fin as Dizzy Exenizos out of the gate is going to stumble and falter. Barbarian King going to stab down. Oh my goodness, just one more multi-archer tower, but that is not going to be enough to claim victory for Momin. A 95% 2-star is a terrifyingly difficult finish here for Dizzy Exenizos, hot off of getting 3-star themselves. This is gonna be a very tough war for them.
And this is what the Queen was supposed to take out, all of those buildings. Granted, if the Queen did grab that, then he would have been able to make it towards that Rage Spell Tower. But unfortunately, the Queen going down. Did he not invest a spell and forgot about the Queen? And she ended up taking up way too much damage? I don't know. We would have to watch that one back, but unfortunately, it is only a 95% 2-star. But that's not a bad percentage. Granted, if now Pulse Gaming come in with a fail and anything less than a 95, then Dizzy will be back in the lead.
Super tough spot to be in, and you gotta be feeling for Momin there. A 95% 2-star is such demoralizing hit because you know that you were so close to the end. It's not one of those attacks that kind of seemed to falter a little bit early on because of some big surprise trap, but instead just like kind of ran out of steam toward the end. Dragons getting an unfortunate split there, but let's take another look back at Pulse Gaming now, where Watto is bringing in a standard complement of equipment here. He's got the Angry Jelly on the Barbarian King to focus down on enemy defenses early on, and that's going to allow him to stab into that bottom compartment, get a nice early strike there. He is sacrificing the King, but that will be a good solid hit to start off for these Root Riders now coming in on the top side. This should be a very solid funneling job done by that King so far, Carbon.
Yeah, that king went directly targeting the defenses with that angry jelly assistance. As the warden ability has already gone off for the root riders, now we have the overgrowth just clipping the town hall there, as he can have these super hogs going straight for that monolith to help take that down. As he rages up to the far right side, that queen can follow behind some super barbarians and move in towards the eagle artillery and that Tesla farm. But it's looking pretty strong, as he will eventually have to backtrack towards the town hall, but he still has the raw champion, a rage, and the 2 free spells to pair in with it.
Watto marches on, and with that Town Hall left in the core, that will be one of the last targets to take down. Typical line of fire for those overgrowth spells, but with raged up P.E.K.K.A.s right on that Town Hall, it is not going to stand a chance. They cut like a hot knife through butter and demolish that core. Watto is going to get the second 3-star for Pulse Gaming in nice time here as well. Going to increase the overall attack time for Pulse Gaming, but that is not what they are worried about in the slightest, having just scored a defense against Dizzy X and Ezos.
And this is one of the brilliant uses of the siege barracks. If you're wondering, you're taking a look at the army like, there's no P.E.K.K.A.s. How do they have the P.E.K.K.A.s? Well, of course, if you use a maxed out siege barracks, you get 2 free P.E.K.K.A.s plus plenty of wizards. And right there shows why the siege barracks is so strong. That back end, though, even though the P.E.K.K.A.s came out first, they were still coming through and grabbing the town hall. So much value, and they are just immense of grabbing the value on the outside. And hey, everything else is down. They go nowhere but the core, take the town hall down. Great job, and that is now the 3 stars that came in from Pulse, and they're going to look to continue that. Now, can Dizzy take down Pulse here in the next attack? They're going to have to triple out to try to have a chance against a team like this.
Terrifying challenge ahead of them now, and this is a demoralizing way to continue this mid-war, as Saga, the next attacker for Dizzy X and Ezos, will be marching in with dragons of his own. Seems to be a little bit of a shift in the meta toward dragon armies. Even though there was a big nerf to the root riders recently, we still did see a lot of them last month, but lots of aerial attacks, at least so far this war, and Dizzy X and Ezos will get a cut through that base, as the giant arrow will get a nice clean shot right in through the core. Setting up for an Electro Dragon out the left side for some additional funneling, as Saga sends in the main force of his army right out of the bottom left side there, Carbon.
With that insta-warning ability, protecting that blimp, went towards the town hall, landed, taking that down, pairing into poison, hitting the king ability, dropping freezes, multitasking like crazy here, as his queen will continue her way up to the top with a skeleton spell to distract that monolith, and that queen can continue to grab the eagle. As the RC has already been deployed, she could be grabbing the multi-arch towers, but does have these dragons come back through, as the town hall poison has worn away. And some of these dragons are slowly getting picked off, but it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, solid start so far here, as Dizzy X and Ezos are trying to make the comeback happen. Saga is going to be able to get lots of freeze value, dropping them on the enemy multi-inferno there right in the core, and shutting down everything that left remains. This was one of the quickest attacks we've seen so far today, as coming in just past that 1-minute mark, Saga left little to be desired. An extraordinary hit so far that will bring their average attack time quite far down and put 3 more stars up on the board, but still a clear advantage for Pulse Gaming after the first round, Carbon.
Yeah, with it being a 95% 2-star that they had, that's the mark that we have to keep in mind. Pulse Gaming, all you have to do is get a few more triples, or you triple out, that's a victory as well. Or if you do fail, it has to be a 96 or higher. Since Pulse does have 3 more attacks, that is what they're going to be focusing on here. As now, Chihuahua is coming in for Pulse Gaming. He's going to be looking to deliver. It's been wars of Root Riders, Valkyries, and then paired in with the dragons. We've been seeing some dragons with clones. We've been seeing some dragons without clones, so a mixture of different style of dragon attacks. But when are we going to see a potential maybe use of, will be some hogs, will be some balloons? The question is mainly because it tends to be a slower attack, and in these types of wars, when it is time is such a critical factor, you need to bring attacks like this, and this could be dragons and paired in with 1 overgrowth as well. But we're seeing yet again an angry jelly being placed on this king.
Big start here for Chihawa as he starts to slowly roll in. That flame flinger in the bottom corner is a massive advantage for a slow attacking army. He's going to get lots of value, crippling the defenses in the bottom there, where even a Tesla farm was set up to try to hold on to that position. But not having to worry at all about time. Chihawa knows that this is going to be a match that goes down to the stars, and he is willing to spend 40 seconds just on the flame flinger alone to take out this bottom corner. This is a big change from the pacing of wars that we have seen previously so far this month, Carbon, but Chihawa knows exactly what he is doing and has got a clean beginning.
Man, this is taking a very long time here, but hey, when time's not going to be a factor, just set up that flame flinger, get that value, set the funnels for the dragons. He's going to be patient and going to move right on through. That funnel has been set, pops that warden ability. We have balloons, dragons making their way through. Can't use a blip because he's using that flame flinger to the bottom side, as there is the overgrowth now clipping the town hall, the poison spell as well, as he's just going to have these dragons fly their way towards the enemy royal champion.
Beautiful beginning for Chihawa so far with the overgrowth down. He has got some safety for those dragons up top. Soaking a lot of damage from that Eagle artillery, but that should be the last salvo if you can get those dragons up there in time to knock it out. There is still a not overgrowth air defense on the bottom that's been firing away at these dragons this whole time, but they finally do get the lock on there and finish it off. Freeze spell goes down to the town hall and the scatter shot. Great targeting there on two key defenses, and Chihawa is going to be marching on home for a triple. Pops his fist too. Look at the excitement on his face.
Taking it down, and Pulse Gaming get another triple right there, going 3-4-3 so far, and 2 attacks away, because the winner of this match is going to advance to take on none other than Navi, who will be waiting to be the 4th match of today, as there's a total of 6 matches here today, and then tomorrow we'll be giving away the golden ticket, plus whoever gets second will take home the silver ticket. Navi and Momentum Shifters, who are having the first round bye, both already have silver tickets, so no matter what, even if they get, or if they don't even make it to the grand finals, they are already competing in the last chance qualifiers. But their goal this weekend is to upgrade their silver ticket to that golden ticket, so they don't have to play in the last chance qualifier, and they automatically can play in the world championship later at the end of this year.
Next up is Alex LC from Dizzy X and Ezos. Fires a giant arrow straight through the core of the base, knocking down. Looks like he got one of the air sweepers there to, not a factor actually, he's got Root Riders instead. No, he's going to be moving in on the bottom corner with those Root Riders though. Eternal Tome popped early on to protect from that single target Inferno, and the multi-archer towers firing away at this army, but slowed down quite a bit from that Ice Skull, and that is going to be a really slow start here for Alex. Still, he's got an overgrowth to shut down the defenses, and he's attacking on multiple different fronts now. Baux is circling around the right side, while the King up on the top is getting a lot of work done. Enemy Queen about to go down now as Wizards are firing away at her. That is the greatest wizard in Clash right there, Carbon.
Oh man, that wizard does just now go down, as the King to the top side is trying to continue his way through. The Root Riders are going to come right on back, as we do have a Royal Champion with her ability. Oh my goodness, the double rage is right in the core, raging everything up on the defensive side, as he does now path his way back towards that town hall, taking it down. And we are seeing another triple coming in here for Dizzy, keeping up that pace, but they are just down a little bit because of that 1-2 star.
Alex showing off a little bit of smile support from his teammates right behind him, and that is going to be a strong hit for him. 3 stars put up on board in 1 minute and 15 seconds, and it's the same sort of story that we saw against Pulse Gaming last time. Really quick hits from Dizzy, really confident strikes. The only slip up was that first 2-star hit. That is going to be really difficult for them to come back from, but fortunately for them, this is a double elimination tournament, and so even if they do get knocked down, they'll still have a chance to try to claw back up from the top. to the top, rather. The next attacker, however, is going to be Sahara from Pulse Gaming, as we're now crossing that mid-war threshold and only have 2 more attacks left for either team. They become even more important and the stakes get even higher. Hits often are gonna come in even stronger toward the beginning of the war, but sometimes taper off toward the end when the pressure starts to build for these players. Sahara knows exactly how much is on the line, because he didn't even get much in terms of destruction percentage advantage against Dizzy X and Nizos on the miss that they had. Dizzy with that 2-star 95% means that pretty much any miss at all from Sahara now would be a terrifying finish. Giant arrow to cut through the base, and he is looking for another 3-star Carbon Fin. Nothing short would keep him satisfied.
Yeah, pairing in the Warden with the Root Rise, but also has the Apprentice Warden in the mix to provide that HP buff of these troops, as we do see a poison spell being used on these archers and the X-Combs that have come out of the Clan Castle. As he continues his way through, get ready for an overgrowth after the Grand Warden Internal Tome disappears, or just a little bit before, I guess, because he wants to set up the funnel, pushing the Root Riders back to the core to go try to take out that monolith.
And yeah, it's another Angry Jelly on the Barbarian King, meaning no level 15 pets have been brought this time around, with the Poison Lizard on that Grand Warden. Another interesting choice here from Sahara that'll let him take down enemy heroes a little bit easier and deal with the CC troops coming out. As he continues to march through the core of this base, that Grand Warden is going to be vulnerable now to Town Hall Fire, as he's now on the backside, a little bit inverted, still trying his best to support those Root Riders as they make their way to the final edge of the base. Pulse is looking for another triple, and it looks like they won't disappoint, although with the Grand Warden going down, it got a little bit dicey here in the end. He still should have clearly enough offense to clean this out for a triple.
Yeah, with a couple super buffs to the top side, the King is there. RC has her ability, raging her way right on through, and it is a 3-star here for Pulse Gaming. Getting another one, going 4 for 4 here in this match. They just need one more to be winning and advancing to round 2 in the upper bracket.
Excellent work here from Sahara, and Pulse have not missed yet. Another superb performance from them should give a little bit more confidence than they had last time coming in, that they could actually get this golden ticket and make it all happen. Disappointing anyone who would have predicted Dizzy X and Nizos to get the win, but it's not quite over yet. Nelson from Dizzy X and Nizos, the next to march into combat, need a 3-star from him, and to hope that the last strike from Pulse somehow misses. He has got a terrible task in the next 3 minutes, Carbon Fin. Nelson is another player who has had extraordinary success on this Dizzy lineup and is going to be bringing in, yet again, the Angry Jelly and Poison Lizard here, supporting another Root Rider push. Jumping into the left corner of this base, and we'll be marching forward with another overgrowth to drop on that core as soon as those troops get close.
That Queen ability took out all those buildings on the edge of the base there. Look at that with that giant arrow, which helps essentially set a huge funnel. The Valks won't get pushed to the outside there, continues his way through. As the Warden ability goes off, the King has utilized that jump spell to continue his way towards the left, as he's waiting to utilize that overgrowth as the Clan Castle now just gets lured out.
He also told us in the pre-match interview that the Archer Queen is his favorite troop, but she's going to be taking a back row seat to watch these Root Riders deal the destruction against this base, crushing those walls and giving easy access to the Valkyries who are behind them to chop down everything in their path. This is an extraordinarily overpowered offense that is having little difficulty at all on the back end now, still going in with good timing, a little bit slower than some of the previous hits from Dizzy, but nonetheless still looking very clean to finish off with a 3-star, holding on to 2 more freezes and a rage spell. Drops the rage right on that Royal Champion, who demolishes that core. Stab it and take a bite, because that is toasted and done.
There it is. Nelson delivering a 3-star with the Root Riders and Valks as well. But they are just hoping to see if Pulse Gaming falls short in their final attack. If they don't get at least a 95%, then Dizzy will have the opportunity to try to win with their final attack, which is what happened in match number 1, where Marcos Esports were able to get that final triple in the very last attack to defeat VN Esporting to send them to the lower brackets, where VN Esporting is going to be waiting and seeing and try to have the elimination potentially beyond the line, as now the next attacker, NYU, is coming in here for Pulse Gaming.
NYU knows that he has the opportunity now to close it all out for the victory. A 3-star from Pulse Gaming gives them a perfect performance and a decisive win. But if he gets anything less than a 2-star 95%, he will have effectively thrown away that opportunity for the walk-away victory. He's going to go slow and steady to try to win this race, as the Archer Queen in the bottom has got plenty of healer support to give her a nice long charge. A lot of times we do see that swap off to go for a Queen charge whenever players know that they have plenty of time and don't have to worry about that at all and getting their 3-star. Queen does get gummed up a little bit from skeleton traps popping out, but together with that Flame Flinger in the right corner, it leaves very little to worry about, as NYU is going onward for a 3-star slow strike, but a decisive hit nonetheless, Carbon.
Queen's being raged up. Those healers are keeping her alive there. As out comes the Clan Castle with Ice Golems. King Spiky Ball getting some nice value to skip on through, as that Flame Flayer slowly moving through this Eagle Artillery, as this Queen can help secure that Town Hall slowly but surely. Now, as the King is clearing this Clan Castle, the Royal Champ can be deployed from the bottom side into that Poison Spell Tower potentially, so she can move from multi to multi, or even towards that Monolith. But we're gonna have to wait to see what he decides to do, as that Queen's gonna continue her way through. No more wall breaker for her, so she'll eventually have to decide to go through the walls to the left, as the Monolith may lock on, as now the Lalo is starting from the top, as he does find a Tesla farm up there.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary Tesla farm there to have to deal with, but he does have Eternal Tome to pop through, and they should be able to rage through those defenses without any trouble at all. NYU has clearly got this. Another pummeling victory for Pulse Gaming, as a 3-star will advance them onward ahead and above Dizzy X and Ezos. There's no trap in the world, nothing that could shake my confidence that this is going to be a triple. We still do see lots of air bombs going off in the core, but those balloons are so well protected by that Lava Hound, and the support from the Grand Warden is unerring. NYU has done it, and with a smile on his face, he has made Pulse Gaming the next team to advance in the upper bracket with a victory over Dizzy X and Ezos. This perfect war is on the history books, as it is going to be a difficult match for them to face next. They have got their eyes already on that next prize. Navi going to be waiting in the wings alongside momentum shifters, but Pulse are going to be having to face off against former world championship team Navi next.
That is going to be a very difficult match there for Pulse Gaming, but we're still going to see the final attacker, Melly, coming in for Dizzy to try to add another 3-star towards on the board. Granted, they'll be now in the lower bracket. Pulse Gaming got the revenge from last month, but now Melly wants to still bring in the triple, because you never know. Momentum can still play a role of you mentally. You get a 3-star, like, okay, I did it in the last match, I can do it again. And here we go with the Dragons coming in and paired in. That Overgrowth does have 2 Earthquakes. When you pair in the Queen Shine Arrow and some Earthquakes, that could snipe some Spell Towers. So is he going to try to take out both Rage Spell Towers with a potential Queen Arrow, as a Siege Barracks is to the top side with 2 P.E.K.K.A.s coming out. Baby Dragon, a couple balloons. E-Dragon to the bottom side. Every single corner seems to be planned for in this attack so far, but has not deployed as heroes yet, other than the Warden.
Yeah, very interestingly covered there. The defense from Watto also gives away both air sweepers if an attacking Archer Queen wants to use a giant arrow against it. But there's a lot of gaps in the center line of the base alongside those air sweepers, so wouldn't give very much value if he did choose to hit that way. Instead, he's going to attack from the opposite angle. He knows that he is going to have to overgrowth in a kind of awkward spot there, already taking down the Town Hall and just leaving it for a multi-target Inferno compartment, but attacking it on all angles now and finding that Tesla farm popping up. That is going to be some trouble for those super minions up top side, who are intended to clear out that side of the base. Instead, it's going to be a freeze and rage to try to make sure that they can keep their heads above ground, as that Monolith does quite a bit of damage. But slow defense from the CC is going to mean that there's a little bit of a counterfeit on that side. Mealy's coming terrifyingly close to a miss here, though. He still has got the Queen and the Royal Champion ready to pop their abilities, but it's a bit of a strange follow-up, and he's just getting slowed down so much, Carbon.
Yeah, with two Super Barbarians, one freeze left. There's the Queen's arrow that flies
Was
across.
that value?
I mean, at this point, it's more or less just grabbing value as he pops the ability, as a few healers, but it will be enough as the Royal Champion will move her way on through, and Melee does deliver the triple. But in the end, 14 stars is not enough to win this match, as Pulse Gaming delivers the perfect war, and that is the mark that they had to set, but unfortunately fell just a few percentage and a few buildings short with a 95% there. So Dizzy is now going to be getting sent to the lower bracket, while Pulse Gaming is advancing to take on Navi.
You saw a smile on Mealy's face there as that 3-star was claimed, but I do think that the story from this war is clear and confident. Quick hits from Pulse for the most part, slowing down a little bit when they know that they had the star advantage. But on the other side, Dizzy hitting very, very hard, extraordinarily aggressive with their strikes, sometimes coming through with very quick finishes, but missing one single time is all it takes to lose a war.
Yeah.
So this war was unfortunately for them a little bit over before it even began. You saw some of the strength of their aggression, but some of the brittleness of those attacks as well, coming in with a 2-star 95% to start off, Carbon.
Yeah, and that 2-star, the 95%, it sets the tone. And unfortunately, if you get that in a match like this, when your other team gets a perfect war, you're not going to have a chance. But they still have a chance, since it is a double elimination, so they could try to make their way back to the grand finals, but it's going to be a tough road. So many amazing teams here in this monthly finals, and anything can happen. One small thing, the troop goes the wrong way, a tassel pops up, pulls a certain troop, the queen or the king, and the town hall may not go down, or it might not go down quick enough, and time could be a factor, as I'm assuming one of these matches will eventually come down to time being a factor, where you have to be quick. And unfortunately, if one attack is slow, that could be the difference maker, as Pulse Gaming does get the victory. They're advancing, as we got plenty more matches. This was only match 2 of 6 today, and there's a total of 10 matches with a possibility of an 11th match total over the weekend if there is a bracket reset.
Tough follow-up for Dizzy X and Nizos to have to advance after that 2-star 95%, and going down to the bottom bracket, they will have a chance to have a little bit of a breather, but we don't yet know who their opponents will be. The lower bracket quarterfinals will be at the end of today, but they are going to be waiting in the wings for an opponent to match up against them. VN Esporting sitting down there with them will be eagle-eyed on these next 2 matches in the upper bracket semifinals. Momentum Shifters versus Marcos Esports, and Natus Vincere against Pulse Gaming is your lineup for the next 2. Here's a look at the match results, where you see those 3 stars across the board from Pulse Gaming. A couple of slow hits from Chihawa and NYU once they realized they had that star advantage, but very quick across the board from Dizzy X and Izos, only crossing above that minute 30-second threshold with Mealy's attack coming in at a minute and 48 when he knew that it was all over and couldn't have changed the outcome regardless of the hit. But nice job overall to these players. Only 1 miss, and only 5 buildings missed in that first hit there. We're going to take a look at the MVP now. Carbon, you have the honors.
Yeah, Chihuahua taking it home, and he brought one of the slowest attacks with that Flame Flinger, taking forever to eventually grab that bottom side. But in the end, it's what matters is the 3 stars. So well done there. Pulse Gaming gets the triple, they get a perfect war, and they are victorious. Well done there. But let's go ahead and now welcome back Alexnos here to the desk. And what a match we had. What was your thoughts there? And now Pulse Gaming advancing to taking on Navi.
It was a great match. Of course, congratulations to Pulse Gaming. You know, it really did come down to that early defense. I think Woody mentioned these two teams battled in the past, and it went all the way to time in that matchup where Dizzy did get the win, but this time with Dizzy just slipping up so early, it gave Pulse such a chance to just slow down right away, and most of their attacks, they did not have to rush, they didn't have to focus on speed, they could just focus on executing their attacks, and they really did that perfectly so far today.
Yep, they did indeed. So let's take a look at the bracket at where we currently stand. We've mentioned a lot, but let's go and visually take a look here, Woody.
Here we go. Dropping down to the lower bracket are Pulse Gaming and VN Esporting, but the next two matches are going to be among undefeated teams this month. We've got Momentum Shifters and Marcos Esports, and then next up it's going to be Navi and Pulse Gaming.
Yep, Pulse Gaming has been advanced to take on Navi there, and the Momentum Shifters taking on Marcos Esports. And I wonder if we could take a look at our predictions. Look at it just like that. So, whoa, we all taking Momentum Shifters here. So, Alex, what's your take on Momentum Shifters here in this pick as well? It's just the same like everyone else.
Yeah, Momentum Shifters have been on such a crazy roll as well. I feel like just like Pulse Gaming we talked about earlier, but Momentum Shifters have been hitting 15 stars every single time that I've been watching them throughout the weeks in community tournaments and also the qualifiers of this July season. It's hard to see them fail, so we'll see if they're able to bring in that A game here today. We've also seen them already win a silver ticket in the past, so they're quite used to playing on this stage.
Yeah, and you mentioned silver ticket. Navi and Momentum Shifters both have the silver ticket. So if either one of them win the golden ticket, then the respective team of their monthly qualifiers, third place team, will be getting a silver ticket in their place. And of the month of the Momentum Shifters, when they won it, Tribe Gaming was actually in third place. So if Momentum Shifters end up winning gold here this weekend, Tribe will then be advanced into the silver ticket position to then have a chance to compete in the last chance qualifiers. So there's a lot on the line that these teams are trying to upgrade to gold. Other teams are trying to eventually be upgraded to a silver ticket. So anything can happen. And you never know what we're going to be able to see as we're taking a look at the bracket once again here, Woody.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match on multiple different fronts. The bracket shaped up and correct now. I see now that the lower bracket and upper bracket all now correctly reflecting the results from the previous matches. But only perfect war so far has been from Pulse Gaming. Kind of an interesting note that I would not have expected coming into the matches today, that three teams would miss with so many high stakes opportunities to get a golden ticket. Already past us now, and so many teams getting perfect wars across the board. It seems to be a little bit of a switch in defensive favor. Was that just a fluke, or are base builders finally kind of finding a way to get under the skin of these attackers and to try to rattle their confidence a little bit? Lex, what do you think?
It's hard to tell for sure. I do think the majority of those fails we've seen so far, and I think it's only 3 thus far, have just been a result of going for speed and maybe just not the perfect plan. They're prioritizing speed above everything else, and so it just happens to be the first fail of the match as a result of that. You know, one little spell timing here, one of your heroes dying early, and then the overgrowth, of course, hiding that town hall for last makes everything scary, so you have to prioritize some spells for the town hall, and you can't support other corners of the base. Things like that really throw your plan into a wrench when one of your heroes or something dies early.
Yeah, and in the case for Dizzy, it was the Queen dying off, not keeping her alive, and causing the fail because it was the final remaining defenses that the Queen was responsible for that ended up costing him in that attack. So like you said, Alex, it definitely can come down to the smallest mistakes, not keeping your heroes alive, going the wrong way. But in this one that we're going to have with Momentum Shifters, they're going to try to capitalize on a first round bye where they've been able to stay back, look over the matches, and now they're prepared to take on Marcos Esports here, Woody.
Right, you are, Carbon. The Momentum Shifters are an extraordinary team, and they have done terrifyingly well over the past few months. In fact, last month, when they made it all the way to the grand finals match and earned their silver ticket, we saw 15-star performances in 4 out of their 6 wars. They dropped only to Tribe Gaming, of course, another previous World Championship contender, as well as to Millicene MG in the very end, who ultimately picked up that golden ticket once again to qualify for Worlds. Momentum Shifters picked up 15-star performances against Vista Ridge, Pulse Gaming, Dizzy X Zenizos, and Tribe Gaming in the lower bracket final. And so certainly have high expectations for them to put another perfect up on board. On the other side, though, let's take a look at Marcos Esports now. Their lineup includes 5 superstar players we just saw on screen there. They'll be going up against the Momentum Shifters, another stellar squad with an international reputation for destruction, Lexnos.
Right, yeah, and it's interesting to note for Marcos Esports, their one player who seemed to be their star player this month, the one player, Tanwar, who had the 100% hit rate throughout the whole month, he was their only player in their first matchup today to actually hit a fail. So interesting to see that. Wonder what's going on. Is it the pressure? Not sure, but it seems all of them are on even playing field now. And looking over at Momentum Shifters, looks like the stats here, something coming in for Hanzo. I think they are rocking a sub today, so they don't have any stats for him.
Right,
Momentum
interesting
Shifters.
swap out. They brought Akamad out and brought Hanzo in, Carbon.
Yeah, they have him in here, but still, Momentum Shifters are ready to go. This is the 3rd match here of today, where we have 6 total, and then tomorrow we will continue to eventually find out who the team is going to be getting that golden and silver ticket. As we're taking a look at the community predictions, 65% of you are picking the Momentum Shifters to win this match here.
Yeah, very confident pick here from the community, almost a 2-to-1 margin in Momentum Shifters' favor, and it's the same from the casters, unanimous across the board. So clearly we do have an underdog here in Marcos Esports, at least according to the casters and the community out there. It seems like they are going to be having to fight that uphill battle that so often has dogged these Indian teams that have been competing in the past. There has not been an Indian squad that's been able to make it to the World Championship yet, and so many times they've come just within striking distance, making it to the qualifiers, sometimes usually at the end of the year, with a little bit of an opportunity, a lot of heart, a lot of hope, but not yet able to make it onto the main stage. So excited to see if this is going to be their year, if they'll have that opportunity to make it happen. Lex.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. One advantage that Marcos might have today over MO Shifters is they've already gotten to play a match in the high stakes right now. They're warmed up. Maybe that one fail they had is going to be the only fail they have today, and who knows if Momentum Shifters are ready to go or if any of their players just rolled out of bed, just woke up, and isn't quite ready. We'll have to wait and see.
We will see indeed. So I'm going to step away for this match. So Lexnos and Woody, take it away and best of luck.
Thank you very much, Carmen. And yeah, it is 9 p.m. right now in India, so a little bit of a late performance that they'll have a chance to fight with, but similar along the other side of the match there. The Momentum Shifters are fighting from across the world, and they've got a player from the United Kingdom, one from Bangladesh, another from Germany, so a lot of international coordination for them. They're relying upon their teammates, really, though, to have their heads on straight and to do everything that they need without that, like, lightning fast adjustment. Teams that are not in the same room seem to have a little bit of a different cohesion, a little bit of a different synergy element as compared to teams that are fighting from different locations around the world. Now, I wonder if you can speak to that at all, Lexnos. What is the vibe and how is it different to have your teammates sitting there right with you as opposed to being on a voice call?
Yeah, it really is interesting to see some of these international teams play together and compete. I have experience myself playing with teammates from all over the world, and it is much different than competing with teammates that are all in the same time zone as you. And at one point I was able to meet up with my teams and play one qualifier in person, and it just makes such a difference. I think we saw in the camera from that last match, the camera view of some of the players, I think it was the Dizzy team, it looked like 2 of them were competing in the same room, and man, you can just feed off of each other's energy when you're able to do that, and you're just not able to do that with the international teams. It's a lot more difficult. But here we go with Marcos Esports versus MO Shifters. And it looks like Tanwar is going to be going first for Marcos. He was the player who slipped up in that last match, so he's going in early here. He's confident. He wants to get his revenge and get his team set up on the right foot. So here we go, Woody. Marcos Esports versus Momentum Shifters. How about this?
Let's get it on! Barbarian King is going to be marching with the Phoenix standard setup there, and a giant arrow cuts through the core of the base as the Archer Queen starts off on the bottom corner. Main army is going to be those dragons starting up in the top right side with the Grand Warden to protect them, and still holding on to the King, maybe for some additional funnel at the left side corner perhaps. Eternal Tone pops early though, and we'll get that blip all the way to the core, even though it's getting pushed back by Air Sweepers. That is not going to be enough to deny that first star as balloons drop a big bomb and take the Town Hall down.
It's super interesting to see how he's using the Queen on the bottom side of the base and the Dragons way over on the upper side of the base with little to no funneling on that 12 or 3 o'clock side. Usually you'll see some heroes, maybe even the Siege Barracks being used to keep those Dragons in the core of the base, but it looks like he purposefully has allowed for several groups of Dragons to peel off to the side, just relying solely on that Battle Blimp to take out the Town Hall. And fortunate for him here, no traps stopping him from doing just that. The Barbarian King and the Royal Champion working in tandem over on the left side of the base, popping their abilities. The Royal Champion with that so popular Haste File Hog Rider Puppet combo, just annihilating the core of the base. And geez, it's gonna be pretty quick too.
Hot Hogs, a 3-star finish, and he shows off the screen before the result even happens on our spectator's device. It's a 1 minute and 14-second strike as well, which is above the 80-second gold standard that we've set for teams competing in the World Championship. That was a quick hit, Lexnos. Tanwar Sahab has got to be very happy with how things are starting off here for Marcos Esports. But Rutro, Scooby-Doo in the driver's seat next for the Momentum Shifters, knows exactly what he's got to go up against. A 1 minute and 14-second hit is the hurdle to beat next.
Yep, early pressure is on. Marcos Esports hit a perfect, quick 3-star attack, and Scooby-Doo is gonna have to come in and see if he can do it just as fast. It is so fun to see all their different camera views, their angles here. Scooby-Doo's angle here, you're actually gonna be able to see exactly how he's typing on that device. Look at this giant arrow moving right through the middle section of the base. I think it was meant to take out both air sweepers. Unfortunately, only hit one, but at least it hit the one that was gonna be facing the dragon. So a good start so far here for Mr. Scooby-Doo. We got a double rage setup and an early warden ability.
I'm noticing that he's tapping with his thumb most of the time, and I wonder why he does that. It seems like it wouldn't be as pinpoint accurate, but he's got a large device cushioned on that pillow there to make sure that he doesn't have any taps that go too hard and cause him to slip up a little bit. Looks like a solid start so far with the overgrowth shutting down the core and a nice spread on dragons there, soaking some big black air bombs, and that poor Grand Warden's a little bit confused about which way to go. He will protect the dragons on bottom side, and the dragons on top will be able to finish off the remainder of those defenses up there. Scooby's gonna get a 3-star, and this is beautiful. Unmask the villain and show us the win. Triple for Momentum Shifters, Lexnos.
Yes, indeed. Fun to see the spiky ball on the Barbarian King there as well. And if you look at the time, I think he had an even better time than Marcos Esports. Wow. These guys just do not care about the pressure. They come out and perform even better if they must. What was the exact time? 107. So beating out Marcos's first attack by an extra 7 seconds and giving them an early lead after the first round of attacks here.
Well, a 67-second hit is got to be a confidence shaker for Marcos Esports. They must have been happy with their initial strike, but seeing even more time peeled off just shows that their defenses are not going to be the stellar linchpin of their victory here. They've got to keep pace on offense now, and it's up to Mr. Adil to come in next as the attacker, trying to improve the average attack time now and keep those 3 stars coming. Standard complement of equipment on these heroes, and another poison lizard for the Grand Warden. He's got an overgrowth to shut down the core, and it's 1 Electro Dragon for a little bit of funneling along the outside before we set up for the Root Riders. Giant arrow cuts right through the core of the base, again providing a lot more damage from Mr. Adil right out of the gate, Lex.
Yeah, it is interesting to see the giant arrow on this one. It doesn't look like it took out hardly any buildings, just one air sweeper and maybe one trash building on the top side of the base. So I wonder what the reasoning for the arrow was on this one when you could have had something like a frozen arrow. But look at these root riders just penetrating the entire right side of the base, all funneled together, clumped up nicely. The delayed overgrowth on the upper side, and he's having to use a bunch of free spells on the bottom to keep these heroes alive, taking a little bit of early damage. Now the siege barracks has been deployed quite late as well. I think he does that on purpose. And let's see what the timing is going to be like when this overgrowth expires. How many units are going to be ready to go toward that town hall section?
Yeah, just a little bit of a sloppy deploy of the spells from the bottom section, but Mr. Ideal still is looking for that 3-star, and with the overgrowth shutting down the town hall and that monolith, it is going to be an easy strike next for the root riders still right next to that town hall to take it out. Has already popped the eternal tome, so they're going to have to soak that big giga bomb damage, but with a nice hit already against the monolith, they should be able to finish it off, and the funneling has done an easy work for the cleanup at the end here. A little bit close on that monolith, but one more shot from the Grand Warden should finish it off. There it is, and it's 100% in great time as well. Mr. Adil from Marcos Esports keeps this a very close war, Lex.
Yep, not bad at all. It was did get just a little bit slow at the end. The cleanup there doesn't seem like he had any troops attacking the storages on the upper side of the base. Everything fizzled out over there, so that may have cost him a few extra seconds, slowing down their average attack duration by just a handful of seconds. But still, overall, relatively pretty quick attack, putting all the pressure right back onto their opponents. Leo gonna have to go in here and get stuff done for MO Shifters, and we'll have to see what he's coming in with.
Well, the momentum shifters are in the driver's seat in an advantageous time spot. They know they've got a little bit of wiggle room, but don't want to give any opening at all to Marcos. Leo, the next striker, will be marching forth with another Root Rider army. Siege Barracks brought this time around, which can help out a lot against spaces that have so many buildings on the outer edges outside the walls. That is what we see here, and Leo very likely will be dropping that on the bottom or right side. Yep, for support on the funnel. That is what we see here, and that is going to bring out P.E.K.K.A.s and Wizards to shut down the outer edge. The CC is going to get pulled early, and it's going to be Ice Golems to try to slow things down. That is a little bit unfortunate on the time front, but it does give us even more confidence that this will be a 3-star, as not a whole lot of hit points getting peeled off of those Root Riders there. Great drop on the Rage spells as well. They are going to be cutting right into the core with protection from the Eternal Tome, Lex.
Yes, he wasn't able to get the Royal Champion in the Eternal Tome, but it doesn't seem like it matters. The Spirit Fox goes invisible, all the targeting switches off of her, and onto the invincible Root Riders. He's got Super Hog Riders coming out of that Siege Barracks, working on the right side of the base that most of the Root Riders skipped. The overgrowth on the Town Hall, Tornado Trap spinning some of his units in circles in the middle section of the base, but it doesn't matter. We can get past that section. The overgrowth does expire, and take note of these delayed super bars that he drops from the bottom side of the base specifically to go target the monolith. That is clutch. Do they take it out? Ooh, one more shot. Oh, not quite.
I think he did miss with the free spell. Predict could have gotten both the Town Hall and the monolith, and he would have saved himself a couple of seconds there. But overall, still a very, very strong hit for Leo. A 3-star to his name, and it's going to keep that average time way down and in Momentum Shifter's favor. It is going to be inching a little bit closer to being a tie, but still 4-second advantage for the Momentum Shifters off of a hot attack from Leo in the second round, Lex.
Yes, we're still very close to tied. I mean, of course, stars are tied, just a little bit of time difference. And man, the pressure on these guys has got to be insane, because every player feels like they are just forced to go for speed until somebody messes up, and that just plays such an impact on your plan, on how you're going to deploy everything. You cannot waste any seconds. You know, some of the attackers we were seeing in the other matches after somebody failed, they can take their time, they can switch things up, they can use a flame flinger for what felt like an entire eternity, but not right now. Not when time matters. You can't be using flame flingers in these attacks yet.
Krishan Don, the next attacker for Marcos Esports, will be going up against Momentum Shifters Sean. We asked Krishan if he's got any rival in Clash of Clans, and he said no. There's no one that can stand up against him. A high
task to prove that he belongs in the winner's bracket and can get that golden ticket for his team. Starting off in the bottom corner, it's going to be a charge of 2 heroes, the king and queen paired together there to take a big chunk out of the space, and great funneling with those super barbarians as well, able to take down a couple of those exterior buildings to give an easy jump into that bottom compartment and take a shot at that enemy scatter shot. Meanwhile, those root riders are doing excellent work on the right corner, Lex.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like the king was supposed to go inside the initial wall break and the queen was supposed to stay outside. I think the funneling might have been a little late, but it was a great adjustment on the fly with the extra super barbs around the edge and then staggering the jump spell toward the outside, fixed everything. The overgrowth on the town hall and some of the defenses above it, we're getting just enough Valkyries to go take out that scatter shot on the right, and all the root riders now have to worry about the timing with the ice golems on defense, the overgrowth possibly expiring. This is going to be a really toxic core with a whole lot of damage coming up soon. Those 2 ricochet cannons are no joke either.
3 freeze spells, and that's got to be a little bit of comfort for him, although he misses the multi. A little bit of an unfortunate drop there. Second time does not miss and shuts down that key defense. Root Riders going straight back for the core as that Phoenix is going to start to work on that ricochet cannon. Town Hall goes down, and the 3rd star is going to come soon after that. A little bit of a slower hit from Marcos on this next round, as we're going to have to wait for that Archer Queen to make it back to the core with that Royal Champion to finish everything off. But ultimately, another triple. Slow as can be.
Slowing down a lot. That Giga Poison slowing everybody down with no spells left over. It is still a 3-star, so great job here from Marcos Esports, going 3 for 3 now, but man, their average attack duration is just going up and up and up. Not saving a rage spell for the core there with the, I think there was a poison tower and then the Giga Poison as well. No rage spell to help speed him up through that. It just double slowed him down that last chunk.
Well, Momentum Shifters Sean is taking an opportunity to point out his next opponent. Mr. Odddeal is going to be right in his crosshairs. The next striker from Momentum Shifters knows that they now have quite a bit of time on their side and doesn't have to worry quite so much about a razor close finish. Instead, going to be taking it a little bit more careful to ensure that he gets everything set up perfectly for this 3-star strike. King in the top side is going to have a Phoenix paired with him. Siege Barracks is already down early on for some more funneling. Top side is going to be the Root Riders. Skeleton spell in that top compartment already to distract that enemy Expo and that Archer Queen. Meanwhile, offensive Archer Queen has been deployed. He is really going guns blazing against this base, Lex.
Yes, he doesn't want to waste any time at all. You mentioned that he does have the opportunity to slow down here a little bit if he wants to, but he's just going for pure speed. Wants to be as fast as possible and maybe give his last 2 teammates the chance to have a little bit of wiggle room. That's probably his idea here. Super minions out of the Siege Barracks on the right side. That has been a common choice for these Siege Barracks. Even on ground attacks, those super minions tend to just do so much damage on offense, and a lot of these defenses, like that ground targeting Expo, cannot even see those super minions shooting them. Tornado Trap spinning his Barb King, and many of these Root Riders around in the middle section of the base. His Royal Champion healthy, his Queen going to ability. As the Overgrowth expires, though, what's his spell support looking like?
He still has another freeze and a rage to drop in on that core, but he is holding on to them for dear life. He really probably wants to drop them whenever he gets the core of that base assaulted with that Royal Champion. If he can get the drop on the Town Hall, Scattershot, and Multi-Inferno, that would be a fantastic value for that freeze. Does catch 2 of the 3 as the multi is going to be going down first, and we'll be able to finish off that last edge of the base without any problem at all. Momentum Shifters Sean has scored another 3-star for his squad, and at a sub-minute and 30-second mark will definitely keep time on his side. Will increase the overall time for Momentum Shifters, but still a 6-second average advantage is really, really tough to close out and overcome this late in the war. So, Lex, I gotta say the Momentum Shifters still are looking good for the win here.
They are looking great. It's so scary to see how these guys are willing to risk saving the Town Hall to be the very last building. I mean, the amount of confidence you have to have is just crazy. One slight mistake, one hero dying early, and that could have been disastrous. But luckily there for the attacker, he had the King still with Phoenix, the Royal Champion with Spirit Fox going invisible, and I think the Queen for backup as well. So the plan went to plan, but man, it stresses me out just watching those.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the tech choices that they make on these pets. Angry Jelly can really help you early on with funneling, taking down a few important defenses, but then you're left vulnerable toward the end. If you don't have a Phoenix to pick your king back up, you really got to hope that everything goes according to plan right out of the gate. It's a little bit of an insurance policy to have the Spirit Fox, the Phoenix there to keep your heroes up and alive a bit longer, not having to worry so much about any little trap that could trigger and give you a problem. NWC from Marcos Esports, the next to attack, does crack into the right side corner to give that Siege Barracks an easy entry point alongside that Archer Queen. Root Riders making a slow entry. The 25 seconds have elapsed, but they are going to be marching straight for the Town Hall now, backed up with the Grand Warden and plenty of spell support. Interesting that he's going to take down the Town Hall before he gets this Overgrowth dropped, but he will get a lot of Overgrowth value in the core against two multi Archer Towers and all those multi Infernos. The model is standing there as well. Expect to see him pop off that Overgrowth shortly.
Yeah, very interesting to see this Root Rider attack going straight at the Town Hall instead of saving it for last. And take note, everybody, that he also brought those two healers to help with the Root Riders, although as soon as I say that, of course, they both hit Seeking Airmines and get sent straight to the Shadow Realm. But they did get quite a bit of value, a couple of rage spells there for a little while. Queen doesn't know if she wants to beat walls or wrap around the base. She ends up changing her mind after he drops that Overgrowth spell. And look at this big old Tesla farm on the left side of the base. Good thing he was able to save a skeleton spell to help distract some of those.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice on the targeting for the Overgrowth. I was expecting it onto the core, but instead he's going to let that Archer Queen take a lot of fire as those defenses are going to pop back up. Does have the healer puppet, though, and that's going to give her a little bit more cover as she will be able to get some more support as the remainder of those troops are marching back in. NWC takes a little sip as he is confident that that 3-star has been secured, but a little bit of a slow one once again from Marcos Esports, crossing that minute and 45 threshold. It seems like it's going to be impossible for them to win on time, and so they'll really need a solid defense against the momentum shifters. Nothing that you can be safe to expect against a team that almost always puts up 3 stars, Lex.
Yeah, power-wise, I mean, all the decisions he made there were pretty sound. Nothing really too wrong going on, but from a speed perspective, that just wasn't good enough to get them back closer and closer to having a chance to take the lead. So now momentum shifters, I mean, there should be a little bit of less pressure on them now. They can really slow down. You mentioned it like 2 attacks ago, but now I think they can even do a 2.5 minute attack, and they're still easily going to have the lead.
Well, let's take a look now at the momentum shifters getting another chance to move back into the action and prove that they deserve that spot in the upper bracket. Going forth undefeated. You know, being one of the top 2 seeded teams and just getting to wait and watch as your foes have to fight for their chance to challenge you is such a nice spot to be in. And we do often see the top 2 teams continue to advance on in the upper edge. That does seem to be the story so far this war, but MOS Hanzo has got to make that dream a reality. Cutting through the base with a giant arrow to start off with. He pops some healer puppet as well to help out that Archer Queen. Right side is going to be a Siege Barracks to shut down that corner, provide some additional funneling as he finishes off that enemy Barbarian King. Meanwhile, offensive Barb King is going to be cutting through that left corner with super wall break to crack into that compartment and setting up for the main force. Now Root Riders supported by a Grand Warden are going to have little trouble against this base. It's going to be Ice Golems coming out from the CC, but will that slow him down, Lex?
The 3 headhunters from the clan castle snipe his Archer Queen. He even invested a rage spell to keep her alive in combination with the healer puppet, but it wasn't enough. Down goes the Archer Queen. She gets bamboozled early. His Siege Barracks units are all getting absolutely destroyed as well. So many traps on the right side of the base. The Teslas, the other traps, even the super minions are struggling. This is looking like disaster for MO shifters. They have such an advantage here, but is there any way he can recover?
You just got to ask whether or not they got the value that they needed out of the gate. It was a really unfortunate hit for them to suffer, and it's really, once again, going to be very unfortunate that they're having to go for the Town Hall at the very end of this attack. I think that is going to be the main problem in the end here. Yeah, he is just running out of steam early on, and the momentum shifters have lost this war. If they can't get even a 2-star on this base, it seems like that is going to be the storyline here, as MOS Hanzo is just holding on to those spells without any chance to get any usage from them. Why didn't he drop the poison? I mean, it's easy to ask as a backseat driver, right? But poison onto those headhunters might have been the key move to keep his attack alive here.
3 spells left undeployed. He was unsure where to use them. This is going to cost his team big time. I think this is one of those cases of just a snowball effect. One little thing going wrong, the Archer Queen dying, and then he was just started to freak out. He was not sure how to fix it. He was trying to think of what to do next, maybe even asking his teammates where he should deploy something else in order to make up for it. And while he's distracted doing that, other parts of his attack just start falling apart, and it just snowballs into disaster. And now Marcos Esports, I've got to be smiling from cheek to cheek. They don't have to worry about anything. They can slow down. They can just hit their last attack here.
Yeah, I see a lot of excitement in the chat from the fans of Marcos Esports who know that this is now their opportunity to advance. Only need one more strong hit from Amar Gupta, and if it is even a 2-star, that would be enough to guarantee a victory and advancement over the Momentum Shifters. That is a really easy bar to cross for a pro player, and can certainly expect to see him do so. Centralized Town Hall, but that is not going to be too difficult for him to reach. Probably isn't going to switch up his attack plan at all, though, as it is difficult to make a new plan on the fly. Cuts right to the core, though, and with those Earthquake spells, takes a massive chunk out of the center of the base, eliminating an air sweeper that could have caused some problems for this aerial army. Dragons get an early Eternal Tome to protect them, and with the Battle Blimp going straight for the Town Hall, this is going to be it. Lex, Marcos Esports have claimed the first star from the Town Hall, and at 50%, they will have won this war.
This is looking great for Marcos Esports. It's so fun to see the Earthquake and the Lightning spells used in combination with a Giant Arrow there to snipe the Monolith early, also get an Air Sweeper. Amar Gupta gonna play it safe with that Battle Blimp for the Town Hall. That might have been his plan all along, but it definitely gives him that 2-star right away, and they are gonna be moving on in the upper bracket, taking out one of the top 2 seeds early out of the upper bracket, MO Shifters. Wow, and Amar Gupta still pushing along here, has a chance to get the perfect war for his team. Most of those dragons fizzling out, but the King still doing a great job of distracting that scatter shot so those dragons can take it out. And of course, the Royal Champion is so strong with those equipments. The Hog Rider Puppet, the Haze File, so fast. She's able to get into that core, snipe all the defenses, and look at that, not slow either. A beautiful, perfect war for Marcos Esports.
Amar Gupta, you love to see it. Another confident finish, and that's a 3-star strike that'll give Marcos Esports a perfect war. Their overall time coming in at 1 minute and 29 seconds average is not going to be a good sign for future matches, but that is a bridge that they can cross tomorrow, as they will be in the upper bracket waiting for their opponents in the next day of competition. The defenders now, Momentum Shifters, will get a walk-off performance from Zekin. The next and last to strike in this match is going to be going next against Amar Gupta.
Yes, we'll get to see one more attack from them, and hopefully they can come out swinging here and finish with a strong attack, because even though it might not make a difference for the outcome of this particular match, it still does make a big difference for, you know, the way they feel going into the lower bracket. It can definitely help with their confidence. So let's see what he's able to do here. We got more Root Riders, and ooh, interesting to note, an Angry Jelly on the Archer Queen, which we do not get to see too often.
Zekin, the next to move in, is going to be marching with the Root Riders at the left corner, supporting that Grand Warden's push. He's making a big charge against that bottom corner, where he gets an easy early Eagle Artillery taken down, bouncing that ball around in the core, as the King is going to be taking lots of shots for this Archer Queen. Puppets to support her as well include a lot of healers, as that Phoenix will keep that King alive a little bit longer. Would be nice if he could take down the enemy Archer Queen, but no, gets the job done with Valks instead, and it's going to be another shot against the enemy Stone Slammer now, or no, not Stone Slammer, the Scatter Shot is what I was thinking of, as another one is going to get finished off on that right side thanks to those 2 heroes.
He was able to save a lot of these spells for the remaining back end of the base, that one rage carrying through the right side, and he still has another rage on top of that left over, in combination with 2 freeze spells, popping that Royal Champ ability, freeze the Town Hall, super minions out of the Siege Barracks, able to help support. This is absolutely crushed a nice finishing attack for MO Shifters. He's able to get it done for his team. Hopefully boost their confidence a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be enough to win this match in particular.
I think he was trying to show off some sort of message in the last 2 seconds there. It looks like he was expressing some thanks for someone giving him some support. I'm trying to rewind it just so I can announce what that was. It says pray for Ahmad. It sounds like one of his teammates who had been subbed out might need some prayers, and hoping that he recovers, gets better, is feeling all right. So maybe we'll get a chance to see him in competition again sometime soon. But the Momentum Shifters will close out with a 3-star strike. Marcos Esports does get the win on a 15-13 scoreline, but congrats to Zekin on a well-executed attack to finish this one, Lex.
Yes, a very, very good attack, and we will get a chance to see MO Shifters again today in the lower bracket, so we'll see more of them. But this match, man, it was all about Marcos Esports. They had a little slip up in their first match of the day, but then, wow, did they come out swinging with confidence here in their second match, the perfect war, and they're moving all the way in to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, very exciting moment for a squad that has had difficulty in the past, but has been an often times strong contender in these World Championship events. It's not the end of it for them, though. They do have to get 2 more wins before they can clutch that golden ticket. But really, just winning 1 more match tomorrow will get them some sort of ticket, at least a silver. And so they've got to be very happy about knocking down Momentum Shifters. One of the top 2 teams with an early seeding advantage in the upper bracket semifinals will nonetheless be kicked down to the lower bracket. Well, they'll have to have another match today to fight for survival. What a strange turn of events for the Momentum Shifters to be with needing only just 2 wins to get a ticket. Now they a possible ticket upgrade at that rate, but now instead are going to be in the lower bracket, where once again they're going to have to try to fight for their lives. Not a bad position for them, though, as that's where they fought from last month in order to make it all the way to the grand final, but still a very disappointing start for them, Lex.
Yes, indeed. And it's fun to watch a lot of these highlights that are coming through here. This match was very full of root riders. I think we did have 1 or 2 dragon attacks as well. The first couple of matches today were a little bit more spread out with a lot of dragon attacks and some other armies as well. But this one, very heavy on the root riders. Marcos Esports were not messing around. They wanted to use this one army that they were comfortable with here today. They did bring out, I think it was a Mark Gupta with the dragons at the end that secured the win, but overall just interesting to see the different armies that are being utilized, and I think not too many angry jellies in this one except that last attack with the Archer Queen.
Yeah, well, alongside the Dragons and Root Riders, we have even also seen a Lava Loon hit. Players still are looking for the right chances to use those attacks, particularly when their teams are already ahead by a star. Still a very reliable strategy, albeit a little bit more slow. Let's take a look now at the match results, as we see a victory for Marcos Esports has been written and etched in the history books. A perfect war against the Momentum Shifters, who did very, very well, but missed 1 single time, and that is enough to bring about a loss. Amar Gupta getting the MVP vote by far. 3-star striker is a fearsome foe to go up against. And the Momentum Shifters will have to keep that in mind as they march back from the lower brackets to try to get another chance to win this month.
Yes, it seems a lot of people enjoying watching Amar's attack. He did go at the end there, but let's welcome back Itsu to the screen here. How did you enjoy that match, Itsu?
Well, it was quite unfortunate with the sub not really being able to deliver, and this then costing them the match. So I felt like everything was coming down to this. Our prediction were mainly based, I guess, on the 5-man roster from Momentum Shifters they have played the qualifier with, and this somehow turned up completely horrible then for them, and was just an unfortunate outcome then with 13 stars only. And let's hope they can somehow fix that then moving into the lower bracket, because they're not out yet. They have the second chance, but they need to make sure that they can somehow fix that.
Yeah, a very tough finish there for the Momentum Shifters, hoping that they would be able to keep their winning position even with a substitute. But changes in the roster, as you can see here, are really tough to adapt and adjust to in the crucial moments where a win is necessary to advance. And ultimately, that's going to be their shortcoming now, where they have to go down to the lower bracket to contend for this next match. Lex, it's been great casting alongside you. I know you're going to be stepping out after this, where I can return with Itsu, but tell us a little bit more about this bracket and what you're expecting to see for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how this bracket is shaping up. We can see, of course, the next match coming up is going to be Navi versus Pulse Gaming, but you can really start to see how that lower bracket is forming here. Dizzy versus MO Shifters. We will see later today, and VN Esporting, who did play that very first match, waiting for the loser of the upcoming Navi versus Pulse Gaming matchup.
Yeah, now Navi really tries to upgrade their ticket, because remember, they were one of the teams who already claimed a silver ticket. They have the chance of getting that now to golden ticket upgraded. And it seems like so far, at least every one of us is having confidence in them. I am not sure after this last round of predictions if that is really good for the team, though, it feels like at this stage, because that did not really go in favor of Momentum Shifters whatsoever, Woody.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to blame, Momentum Shifters or the casters for that. It was a fluke, and, that's just what happens sometimes. But what do I know? I've gotten all 3 predictions wrong so far, so probably not a good harbinger for Navi to see that I'm predicting them to take the win in match number 4. Nonetheless, it should be a great match, as Navi is going to be going up against fellow countrymen in this Pulse Gaming lineup. It is going to be 10 out of 10 players from Japan will be fighting in this next match, and will be an interesting opportunity once again to see how that plays out. We've seen Navi also perform very well against countrymen when they faced off against early attacks in the past, and so expecting to see another star-studded war with plenty of 3 stars, maybe the first perfect v perfect war today. What do you think, Lex?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this match. It might just be the first double perfect war we see. Very interesting to see how many top tier players out of Japan here. Like you mentioned, both these teams, players all from Japan. I'm really hoping that we get to see lots of fireballs and cool equipments from Navi. They do seem to be one of the only teams that are willing to use some of those more creative equipments, even in these high stake matches. What do you think, Itsu?
Yeah, and take a look at that. I mean, their hit rates are looking incredible, with, surprisingly enough, Stars being the lowest hit rate player, which just sounds unbelievable, to be honest. But like, all across the board, Navi is just so good. And as well, they are able to utilize weaknesses inside bases like no other team, with equipments like the fireball, as you said it. So I'm looking forward to maybe see some attacks of those, or they're just going with the safest approach, it seems like so far, which are the Root Riders for a lot of those teams as well, Woody.
Yeah, maybe he's got the lowest hit rate because his teammates are giving him the toughest bases to deal with. Gaku and Yada still with a 100% perfect hit rate in the World Championship qualifier matches. Let's go over to Pulse Gaming, where we've got another 100% perfect player. Chihawa still has a perfect 3-star record across the board. Wado, the lowest there at that 84% hit rate, but still keeping that average destruction high. He might have missed a time or two, but we'll give him another chance now to see if he can get it back up and strong. NYU, Sahara, and Lincoln all in that very high mid 30% hit rate with average damage to match it. So expecting to see a very close match, but predictions in Navi's favor. The former world champions certainly have got a lot of great results going for them so far this year, and also have got some excellent performances, although the result did not stand. They were victorious in the April qualifier, taking a win before the DQ came through. So they've got a lot of experience, not just in past years, but also this year, making it to the very end of a bracket, and expect to see some more great wars from them in this last opportunity before the LCQ determines the complete roster lineup for the World Championship matches. But Lex, we're about to hop on out, so give us your final thoughts before we do so.
It is going to be a great match. I'm really looking forward to see if either of these teams have been able to come up with anything new on defense, if they're going to come up with anything new on offense, or if we're just going to see the same old top tier attacks from Pulse, creative stuff from Navi. We'll just have to all wait, watch, and enjoy the content. So I'll let you guys take this one away. Good luck. This is going to be an awesome one to watch.
Thank you for that, Lexnos. And take a look at that, 83% I'm trying to remember if we what was the most one-sided voting we ever had. It was around this range, right?
Yeah, I think
I remember like a few. Maybe Navi in the past had already one of this type of vote, but otherwise it is just crazy, 83%. So it seems like casters and community viewers all agree. Can Navi now live up to all of this hype, which, well, everyone is expecting from them?
I'd certainly say they're the favorites, but I don't want to say that they have an 83% chance of winning. That's kind of one way that you might interpret a community vote like that. It still is going to be a close match where every player has to perform at the highest possible level in a very tense environment. But I would definitely give a 60-65% odds in Navi's favor. But the community really tilting toward Navi. Is that just because of name recognition, do you think? Did Pulse have some sort of slip up earlier that's like sapping their support? I can't see what it is, because with the only perfect war out of the first upper bracket quarterfinals, Pulse seems to be the best of those 4 teams to challenge Navi.
I feel like there's multiple reasons. I mean, first off, they have an incredible big name within the Clash esports scene. The players are already playing inside the esports scene for many years. They are well known. On top of that, they're known, as Lexon said, for their creative approaches, which is another really highly appreciated thing about them. And if we take a look at just pure stats, both of those teams in the second stage went all perfect, but the average time from Navi has been the best with 1 minute and 26 seconds. While on Pulse Gaming side, we have 1 minute 34 seconds. So pretty much everything is going in their favor. Now the question is, can they show up when it matters in this upper bracket match versus Pulse Gaming? Because as you said it, Pulse Gaming looked really strong as well, and they're starting and kicking off this match versus Navi now.
I mean, Navi just look like champions, though. I hate to reduce this to pure aesthetics, but Sahara's got a smile on his face. His arms are behind his back. Navi Klaus has got a jersey on, a confident glare at the camera. He's cracking his knuckles. He just looks like a champion. We'll see what happens in this next match, though. Is Sahara going to give us an upset performance to start Pulse Gaming out with a rapid fast strike, or will Klaus's defenses hold? We're seeing another standard complement of equipment from these heroes, as well as 1 overgrowth spell, 11 Valks to support a 5 Root Rider army on the ground, and it has begun. Siege Barracks is down on the left corner. Royal Champion as well, going to start stabbing through with the P.E.K.K.A. to support. A Puppet brings in some healers to support the Arch Queen up top, and the Grand Warden is going to be helping out those Root Riders with the Barb King now able to jump over walls.
Yeah, but I think not that many Valkyries actually went inside with his Root Rider push, and things are getting delayed quite a bit with those Ice Golems, so he has to use that Warden ability early on. The Rage is now going off as well, and raged up defenses can deal a lot of damage. King ability has been used, but there's no pathing so far towards the Town Hall. This is why he has to use the Overgrowth spell to really keep this push going.
I really would have expected a rage against the Monolith and the Multi-Inferno. Instead, he had to pop that Eternal Tome a little bit early, and that's going to be a lot of damage dished out onto the Root Riders and Valks, who... where are the Root Riders? There's none left, Itsu.
Yeah, that's like the problem with the Root Riders now with the latest nerf, right? Because they're not dealing any damage. And he had quite a few Valkyries, but most of them got either spring-trapped away, or they were just following the King because he did not funnel them properly. But there's still the chance of pushing all the way through with this rage spell in place. It's going to be close, but if the tower's going down, he's still looking fine. But the time is really slow, though.
It's a bit slow. I wouldn't say really slow. You know, we're crossing right at that... looked like about 87 seconds, so not a strong, quick strike for Pulse Gaming, but still Sahara does give us a 3-star and seems pretty decently happy about how that went down. It's just when you're up against a team like Navi, you really cannot give any free seconds like that, and a little bit of lag on your time there is going to give Navi another easy shot at victory. But next up is going to be Gaku. Might have had... one of the best hit rates on this team, and coming right out of the gates. Expect to see another triple from him, Itsu.
Yeah, and he's just really, really good starting for his team into the match, setting up the tone of this match, because we have seen, as this was highlighted earlier, the first couple of matches, typically, some of those players are just trying to completely go over the top when it comes down to speeding things up, and then this is where time is causing some fails, and this can like really give him a lot of problems, or the team a lot of problems in the match. But let's hope that this is not going to happen to Gaku, because he's going in with those dragons, a great giant arrow to take down the entire core, with the earthquakes as well, to make sure the rage towers are triggered, so there's less damage for his dragons.
Great pop on that Eternal Tome. Got all of the dragons protected there, and it's going to be Archer streaming out of the CC. Great news for Gaku as well, who's going to drop that poison spell and will be able to deal with him so fast. Dragons get a little bit of a spread, as well as the bottom side is going to get obliterated by another complement of winged beasts. They spread out beautifully on the interior of this core as well, taking down the multi-inferno, multi-archer towers, and plenty of easy targets to support now, as they will be providing some additional help to the Archer Queen and the Royal Champion up on the top side. She'll be taking down that enemy multi-inferno, and with the overgrowth wearing off soon, it's going to be an easy collapse under the core. Another really fast strike from Gaku is going to be a 3-star in record time to give an advantage to Navi out of the gate.
Yeah, clean attack. The idea of adding the giant arrow with 2 earthquakes to take down both rage towers in the core was really genius, making sure that those really important spare towers have no chance of like interacting with his dragons, and making sure that the push in the core looked really strong. And this is resulting in a really quick attack, 1 minute and 8 seconds. Considering that they have just gotten a solid, time on defense, this looks really good as a start for Navi.
A flying elbow drop right in Pulse Gaming's face, and Navi Gaku does not disappoint with a lightning quick 3-star strike. Next in the competition will be Watto from Pulse Gaming, moving in against Yatta of Navi. Yatta, another perfect 3-star striker, is sure to have a tough base for Watto to go up against, and with the lowest hit rate on Pulse, Watto really does need to be the staple striker in the second position now. Bring in some invisibility and a healer puppet for this queen. It's going to go the distance on a long strike, but catches a Tesla farm in the bottom side early on. Some difficult news for Watto to have to deal with, as he drops an Ice Golem now on offense to try to neutralize that compartment and support those heroes. Barbarian King stabbing through the left side now will be joining up with the Root Riders, who have been dropped on the bottom left, supported by that Grand Warden. The Eternal Tome is popped nice and early, and it's going to be a stab at that single Inferno. Can the King take it down before it gets him burnt up? Yes, he does.
Oh, but I feel like all of the heroes are a little bit all over the place, with the King and Queen kind of switching positions to some degree. The Monolith is staying up because the King did not go there. He's now redirecting, but the Monolith has to go down. That's always a lot of damage to his troops. There goes the rage for the Royal Champion, closing in from the top side, and somehow he's keeping that Queen alive.
Yeah, and he kept the King alive too, with a couple of super barbarians running out in front to soak shots from the Monolith. Overgrowth is going to wear off at a pretty terrifying time, but with a freeze right into the core, Watto is going to get the 3-star, no questions asked. He has obliterated this base and done so in great time as well, dropping the overall attack time for Pulse Gaming from 1 minute 28 now down to, I think it's going to be closer to 1 minute and 23. Yeah. So still a clear advantage for Navi, but an improvement by Watto, and certainly going to be overperforming relative to his previous hits. Pulse Gaming have got to be happy with that second hit, Itsu.
Yeah, and especially how things started, right? Like, if you have an attack which all is going perfect in your favor, it is, most of the time looking way easier. But with the Tesla farm, he was surprised there. So adapting correctly, making those adjustments, and he has done a really, really great job with that. And now we're going to the other side. Yatta is in for Navi, and he wants to get that next 3-star in for them, and he's going in as well with those Root Riders and Bakeries, but bringing in an Electro Dragon. So where is he going to add those chains? Maybe on the right side? Yes, on that Dark Elixir storage, because there's not that many defenses which can actually target air.
Tough start now for Yatta, another superstar striker with a 3-star record that has not been broken yet. Moving in with that Holland King in that bottom compartment. Will be able to jump over walls as the CC pops out now. He's got no poison to deal with it, but he will have to have something to knock apart those ice golems and keep that King on target. King does have a Phoenix to stay up a little bit longer after he gets the boot there. But Yata is now shaping up for the follow-up now as Root Riders and an Electro Dragon are going to be going closer and closer toward that core. Give him a rage spell as well, and this is going to be a heavy-handed hit against those two scatter shots, Itsu.
Yeah, and especially the King with the jump, he did not get the value he was looking for. The Ice Golems delaying things too much, and there was just too much damage on his Barbarian King. Question now is, how fast are those Root Riders going to leave that core? Because the Overgrowth spell should wake up anytime soon, and how did the Electro Dragon survive until this point? He just went down with the Black Mine, and this is now the moment where the tunnel wakes up, and it's literally the last beating now for him.
Yeah, I think he might have soaked 2 Black Mines, and with Yata now moving into the final compartment, this was going to be a 3-star for sure. Very fast attack again, although he's going to be increasing the time closer to where Pulse Gaming is at. We're passing that 90% mark, and so actually, I mean, I don't know if I should have called it a very fast attack. In fact, Yata is going to be leaving this one with a few seconds left to be desired. Still, Navi going to have a little bit of an advantage now, but just a 2-second heads up play from them so far, Itsu.
Yeah, time is for sure way closer now. This attack wasn't the fastest, but getting the 3-star done, and both teams are now way closer, with Pulse Gaming attacking next. This time around, Gaku on the defensive side of things. Or we have seen a lot of riders. Is it going to be Dragons, which I think is quite interesting. In the last years, we always have seen Dragons to start off the matches, but typically it's the Root Rider starting things off and then switching later into those Dragon attacks, mixing with Electro Dragon sometimes as well. Is it going to be something like this in this match as well, or are we going to see mostly Root Riders over the entirety of the match?
Barb King ready to smash on through. Giant arrow from that Archer Queen right out of the gate, cuts through a major channel of that base and should give some great funneling for these Root Riders who are going to be lined up right in between the King and Queen now. They're going to be going straight for the core as Lincoln's army is going to be set up with a Grand Warden as well to protect in the back and holding on to 4 rage spells for a really fast strike. Electro Dragon up on the top side as well to give some more funneling as the Siege Barracks on that left side has now finished off and will give some more P.E.K.K.A support to the Barbarian King along that edge. He is just pumping on all cylinders right now, Itsu, and going very fast into the core.
Yeah, the Root Riders going there as well, making sure that this is up area care of really quick, especially with those Valkyries on his side as well. The Archer Queen is going to be raged up on his side to make sure that the cannon's having no chance, while the Electro Dragon is still doing cleanup, and it should eventually push that King back inside that Inferno Tower compartment. The Town Hall should wake up really soon, and as I'm saying that, it is back up, and he has another rage to make sure that this is perfectly timed for the Town Hall to go down as well.
Right into the core, it does get eliminated. And a rapid fast attack. Lincoln is pumping his fists. This is exactly what Pulse Gaming needed to get back into the action. Maybe the strongest attacker on their lineup has brought the average time way far down, and now they're tied with Navi at 1 minute and 21 seconds average, Itsu.
Yeah, that was a really, really good attack, and you saw he was happy with that, making sure that he is decreasing the average time of his team even further. And now it is Kazuma for Navi, who's going to try to get the average time in their favor again, or even further in their favor with his next attack.
Attacker is going to be Kazuma against Lincoln. Kazuma knows the stakes in this next hit. This is a perfectly even war with two teams that have perfect 3-star strikes across the board so far, but with a slow hit from Yata, we now have an average time tie. 1 minute and 21 seconds is the standard for Kazuma to hit. Anything slower than that gives the advantage back to Pulse Gaming.
And is this going to be now one of those more fancy attacks when it comes down to equipments, for example. He has 3 invisibility and an earthquake, which to me is kind of sounds like a fireball approach here. There goes the fireball right in the center of the base, and he's taking down quite a few of those defenses. The warden now can do the cleanup, especially with this Rage Aura, while his heroes, or the Queen more specifically, is approaching from the bottom side with the support of that Barbarian King.
Very rarely see Laloon in competitive play now, but he is gonna be doing a lot of damage early on to try to justify this entry point. Kazuma also takes out a couple of Teslas that could have been a bit of a surprise for his forces there on the top side of the base. And this is just getting crushed from all corners like a vice grip. A pneumatic press, just applying pressure on every edge, and with the overgrowth to shut down the core, that is going to be the last target that he's going to have to finish off. Still holding on to an invisibility, a couple of freezes, and a rage. He drops 1 on the core there and is going to see all of those troops collapsing in record time. Kazuma has just obliterated the space, and any expectation that this was going to be a slow hit or some sort of strike that was too fancy to quick, to hit fast, you have got to reset your expectations, and never underestimate Kazuma, who puts the lead back into fashion for Navi.
What an attack this was. The fireball to set things up, make sure that already a lot of key defenses have been taken care of. The pathing was set, and the cool thing about this is as well is that the warden is already providing the cleanup, and the warden with the Rage Aura and with the fireball, both of those equipments are increasing the base damage of that hero, which means he can provide already great cleanup and is speeding up the time even more. And we have perfectly seen that with that last attack. But now we're back to Pulse Gaming. Chihuahua is going to go in for them, and he's going to attack Kazuma.
Beautiful strike there, and you see the calls in chat as well from Eric. A common W from Kazuma. And also from Maxi calling him the GOAT. Beautiful quick strike, and if I called it slow, that was definitely a misspeak, because that was a certainly very quick hit. We're going back to Chihuahua now for Pulse Gaming with another opportunity to follow up, striking across that base with a giant arrow and dropping everything as he quickly possibly can right on the bottom right side to support this Grand Warden. He's going to catch a couple of Ice Golems to try to delay the attack, but with an early Eternal Tone, they are going to be not taking any damage from these defenses.
Yeah, we have to make sure that we're keeping an eye on the Valkyries and where they're going, because remember, the Root Riders themselves, they don't have the most damage, but they need the support of those Valkyries to provide that damage as long as the Root Riders are opening those walls and the compartments. And so far, I think it looks pretty solid. He has quite a few of those troops left with the Royal Champ in the mix as well, but the Archer Queen is now slowly pushing into that single front tower, but he has to be careful. There goes the freeze, keeping her alive.
Terrifying follow-up now as he has to drop another freeze to shut down defenses on the bottom side of the space. Chihuahua knows that he doesn't have a whole lot of offense left to take out those 2 defenses. With a giant bomb exploding in the face of those Root Riders and little support from Valkyries, this is going to be an awkward follow-up now as Chihuahua is just twirling his mustache, hoping that he can find some way to get back in here, but the super minions are just getting demolished. He's got nothing left to commit to this attack, and it is going to be a 1-star for Pulse Gaming, Itsu.
Oh no, this did not work out. He ran out of spells with the support which he was needing for the Archer Queen. Then the Barbarian King, I think, dropped way too low for him to really take down the value he was looking for. The push of the Root Riders did go down too early, and now we have an incredible chase going on between the Phoenix and that King, where, yeah, I think he can just stop that right there. But this means a massive defense now for Navi, and at this point, they can just go for those safer 3 stars if they have anything in mind there.
Very unfortunate finish for Pulse Gaming. You saw Chihuahua recognize the difficulty with that hit, his hands running over his head as he just asks himself what went wrong, what could have happened to such a strong strike. Root Riders are not expected to wither away that quick, but it does seem to be the sort of army that has been running in difficulty time and again, missing attacks, but rarely missing on a 1-star hit. And so let's take a look back now at Navi, where is another chance for a superstar player. It's Stars marching back in, looking for a triple to seal the deal. Pulse Gaming, knowing that with a disadvantageous spot on Stars, they have got no room for error and need a defense. Not the sort of thing that you can expect against Stars.
Yeah, and take a look at that. That is just classic. We have some lightnings. We have earthquakes, bats. So what is he going to bring up here with the regular dragons as the main army composition? We have as well the giant arrow, which is going to be most likely combined with those lightnings and the spells in general. And he's starting with the funneling on both sides with King, dragons then on the complete other side, and the siege barracks at top.
Dragons well supported by a Grand Warden's Eternal Tome popped early to protect against Eagle artillery shots raining down on this attack. It's a giant arrow to cut through the base once again, while the defensive Queen is going to have to face off against two terrifying heroes. King chops her to ribbons as Stars is going to massively march through the left side of this base now with still plenty of dragons to crush through. He's got 2 stars already and is looking for the third for the cleanup. With already 40 seconds, he's gotten 75% of the base demolished, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. The bats are closing in. There's nothing which can actually like take them out because there is no multi-inferno towers or, for example, a wizard tower. Really great play by him. And the bats now have to get in range of that eagle to survive even that. And this is going to be indeed another 3-star for Navi. They're putting up a show right now and showing why the community actually had an 83 voting in their favor when it comes down. Who would actually win this match?
Well, Stars gives us the quickest attack of the war so far, and I can't even remember a quicker attack yet today. A 63-second hit from Stars is certainly going to give even more confidence to this Navi team, which knows that they have such a massive advantage now. A 2-star hit in their final 5th attack would be enough to guarantee the win. That means NYU cannot miss. He needs a 3-star strike and to hope beyond hope that somehow they can get a 1-star defense against Navi in their last round. Not the sort of thing that you would expect to see, but let's give them all the opportunity that they have deserved by making it this far. NYU are going to be marching forth with a La Lune army to close it out.
And it's kind of like a small queen charge going on right there with this combination of the heater and the frozen arrow equipment. We have the blimp now flying in towards this really dangerous zone for the Lalo, which is the multi-arch towers, the multi-inferno towers. There's the tornado trap though. Is this tunnel going to go down?
It's still a big question mark. I don't know. It looked like he had some sneaky cops on there, but maybe no, he's going to overgrowth it instead. The town hall stands and NYU is now in a perilous position where he has to knock apart the most important defense, holding on to the final star before he can clear this base apart, Itsu.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure what is going on there. I guess he wanted to have more than just triggering the rage tower, but there were too many traps, especially with the tornado trap. And now overpowering this core is not going to be easy. The Royal Champ ability is going to help that for sure, but there's quite some defenses behind the Town Hall, which are not easy to reach, and he already knows this is not going to go anywhere. Taking a sip of his drink, but this is going to result in another 2-star, and I'm really confident that we will see those bases in Legends.
Well, hold on, the Archer Queen could finish it off.
Wait, the frozen arrow equipment now is coming in clutch. I was calling this off too early. He's getting this done. Crazy.
Yeah, Archer Queen is going to be the clutch finisher for this base with support from 2 healers and a unicorn still to keep her alive. That frozen arrow really is, you called it, it's the thing that saved this attack. So it's going to be a slow one. 3 stars are going to be on the board, but it's going to be no happy finish here for NYU, who just kind of barely got it by the skin of his teeth. He's smiling though, so at least he didn't miss on the attack as we saw from Chihawa earlier, but no misses at all from Navi either. And with a 2-star on their next strike, they will advance in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I would have loved to see what exactly in that, what was in that blimp. Was it a Yeti blimp? I think we saw quite a few sneaky goblins, but was it nothing else? I'm not really sure what was going on there, but either way, he got it done. I would have loved to know as well if he knew that he would 3-star as soon as he took the first, like, I don't know, drink, but that was quite crazy. But Klaus is up next for Navi, and let's see what he is going to bring to his attack.
Well, Sham in chat says, Klaus, try something crazy, please. And I think that's what everyone is out there hoping for. Bring us something from out of this world. I want to see it happen, but alas, Root Riders for the finishing blow. How is he going to put that Klaus spin on it, though? A Flame Flinger, interesting addition here in the left side corner.
I mean, with the Earthquake and the Lightnings, it's going to be some damage equipment. I think we have not seen all of the equipments in the beginning. Fireball is an option, Giant Arrow is an option. All of those things can be for sure used there. Or it's going to be used again in like completely different way. It's always those creative attacks, which are really hard to predict, but he's taking his time. He lets that Flame Flinger take down some buildings, going for that merged cannon next, and then just waits with the zeros to make sure the funnel is set up.
I saw I took a quick look at the camera just as if to say, hey, are you guys watching? You gonna keep an eye on this? This is going to be the closeout hit for Navi, and all they need is a 2-star. That is such a low bar to set for Klaus, who's now using Earthquake and Lightning right into the core. With that Giant Arrow, it's enough to take out the Poison Tower and one of those Builder's Huts, as well as the Monolith, another key defense to eliminate early on. CC stands, though, and it's going to be a lot of archers creeping out of there to start to challenge the Barbarian King and Archer Queen on offense.
Yeah, you see laying the poison, not decided just yet where to use it. Now using it on the left side of left group of archers. Most of them are going down, and he's pushing in strong with that Royal Champ Warding combination. There's still a lot of Super Barbarians left, which he can deploy wherever he wants for cleanup, for just power towards the core. That's totally up to him. But the Town Hall is still left, and it seems like it's going to be the last building.
Yeah, a little bit of a dicey move here, but Klaus also knows he actually doesn't even need a 2-star. If he gets a 1-star, 94%, as Sagar Shah in chat has pointed out, that's also enough for a win. And with still holding on to the... you know what? I don't think he's played a Royal Champion. I think he's holding on to her ability to swag until the very end, and that's how he's going to give us a little bit of satisfaction here. Swag's the RC ability, and that is going to be the 3-star cleanup that Klaus has delivered for victory to Navi.
Yeah, really, really great attacks overall from them, really showing why they are the fan favorites, why the voting was so far in their favor. They're just combining those safer approaches of like 3 stars as well with those crazy fireball attacks, for example, as well, and show as well like how quick those more creative attacks can be in this current meta, which they have done really, really nicely. But I feel like the big story of this has to be the defense, or the defense. Only one, since the other one was, in a miracle, was saved. But the defense again made this match way more one-sided than it might have looked in the beginning.
It's a 15-13 scoreline in the end, and victory for Navi, with a perfect offense and a very impressive upset defense against Pulse Gaming. Superstar squad just happens to miss against the world champions. You've heard it before, when you come for the king, you best not miss. And in this case, Pulse Gaming do come up 2 stars short against a world championship team. But I gotta hand it to them, they did a great job on time, keeping it close on the time front. Pulse with a 1 minute and 32 second average time. We're only 7 seconds behind on average against Navi. Not enough to get a tiebreaker win, and not enough in the end to give us that tight finish that we might have hoped for. But Pulse will continue to fight in the lower bracket, and so will Navi. They'll be fighting in the upper bracket now, where only 2 more wins will get them the golden ticket again that they had so hoped to keep on their side. They really want to go back into the World Championship match again, as they are not the reigning champions. They were unseeded last year, but they do have a world championship title to their name and want to vindicate themselves with another win this year, Itsu.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering currently, who do you think is going to get the MVP vote? I feel like the attack of Stars and Kazuma were incredibly creative and as well the fastest.
I think it could go to Gaku.
Gaku as well? Yeah, I mean, he was really quick as well.
But Stars and Kazuma, yeah, you're making great solid points there. The quicker attacks from Stars and Kazuma. I would actually say Stars, Kazuma, and Gaku are going to be the three that we see on the MVP lineup next. But the votes are streaming in, and it'll be just a short amount of time. Yep. No, it's going to be Klaus taking the third spot alongside Kazuma and Stars. Gaku not even getting the nod. But 36% of the vote for Kazuma, Itsu.
Yeah, and I feel like that attack was really impressive with the fireball. And I mean, he played Lalo in the attack, but I felt like it was somewhat swag because the base was already somehow demolished. It was already gone at that point. So really good job to that attack. And we were correct. 2 out of 3. Klaus sneaking into this MVP voting as well. But this means that we had, well, that was a crazy amount of votes just there. Lexnos, welcome back. What did you think about the last match? Did everything happen as you would have expected?
Yeah, such a fun match to watch. So many different things we could point out. But of course, Navi coming out, one of the only teams at this level still using the fireball, and they love it. And it's so hilarious to see, you know, everybody talking about teams going with Root Riders or with Dragons when it comes down to a speed meta, but then you have players like Kazuma coming out here with a fireball and Lalo, and he somehow is faster than every single Root Rider player today. And same with Stars, bringing out the bat spells, and he actually had the fastest attack of the match.
Yeah, it's always really cool to see players really breaking down the bases as Navi does with like finding weak spots. For example, with the bat attack of Stars, identifying the weakness. Okay, wait, on this far right side, there is not a single wizard tower, no multi-arch tower, for example, or multi-fern tower, and really taking advantage of that. That is always really impressive to see and show the true skill of this lineup. But I think we should take a look maybe at the bracket as well next, because we're now moving into the lower bracket next, Woody.
Right, you are. Advancement for Navi and Marcos Esports in the upper finals, where the team that wins that match will be earning a ticket. In the lower bracket, Mo Shifters versus Dizzy X Inizos and VN Esporting versus Pulse Gaming will determine which of those two teams will survive to move on to the second round of the lower bracket, and which two teams today will be eliminated. 6 teams competing in this weekend, but 4 will be alive still tomorrow, as we will have the last chance to hand out a golden and silver ticket decided in the next 24-hour window.
Yeah, it's very fun to look at the bracket here, and we will be moving into that lower bracket. So the last 2 matches today will both be elimination matches. So whoever loses the next 2 matches are going to not be returning tomorrow. But we can jump into the predictions and see how everybody's going. Hey, look, it turns out we did not jinx Navi. And so now we all got that one right, and we can look at the next match here. Interesting, Itsu, to see you are the only one taking MO Shifters for this next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they looked overall really good, as long as they can somehow make sure that their sub is like, I don't know, like somehow feels like, I don't know, safe within the team, which means like mentally, like that they're being able to build him up after the last fail and being able to like push him to the max. And I think if he can perform Momentum Shifters, there is a reason why we went all with Momentum Shifters in match number 3. And as long as, well, everyone can like show this, I think they have a really good shot. But for sure, it is not going to be an easy match because, I mean, all you guys are going for Dizzy on this one, right, Woody?
Yeah, well, Dizzy did also miss in their match against Pulse Gaming. They came forth with 14 stars. We also saw a miss from Momentum Shifters, but that's kind of still a big question mark in my mind, and that was really, I think, what tilted me toward Dizzy. They both missed, but the miss from Momentum Shifters was from a substitute player, and you never really know what a miss like that, what effect it'll have on a player's mentality, but particularly when it happens to a substitute. You know, there's already that question of, you know, they're not on the main roster, they may not have been practicing as much, they may not have that same sort of, you know, number of hours spent with the main squad. And so now that he takes a miss, is that going to affect his mentality going forward, or is he going to be able to regroup? Is this going to be the fire in his belly that he needs to come forth with a 3-star? I certainly think that Momentum Shifters have a solid shot at taking the win here. I just think that it really tipped a little bit in Dizzy's favor psychologically with that last round that Momentum Shifters dropped. They're the only team that advanced in a preferential spot as one of the top 2 teams that nonetheless dropped against Marcos Esports, and that hasn't happened in a very long time. So still a question mark whether Momentum Shifters can pull it back together, but I'm rooting for a good match either way, and I think that's what we'll get, Lex.
I agree, and it is also really interesting to know, I think so far today, we've either had the same amount of 1-stars as 2-stars, or I think we might have even had more 1-stars today than 2-stars, which is very interesting. Some of these players that are overgrowthing the Town Hall, saving that Town Hall for last, I feel like they might need to be, you know, be a little careful, maybe save some super barbs, whatever it is, to be able to send to that core delayed. I think we have seen some players do that, but others that are not doing that, they're being really risky today.
Yeah, there were for sure some ups and downs within those attacks, and the overgrowth for sure has been a big coin flip to some degree. It's like one of the strongest spells, but yet again, it's one of the most common result for those defense, for those 1-stars. And this is really something we have to further investigate, I guess, with the qualifier going on, moving on with this weekend. But it is a risk. It can be quick, but your attack can go downhill really quick as well, I guess. And the community voting, it's Momentum Shifter still. Okay. The community is on my side. I would say still, as Woody said, it's a really close one, right? It comes down to, can this sub be pushed up by the team? Like, I don't know, can they push him somehow mentally and really get that in? Or maybe not, and both teams had to fail. Who can recover faster and better, Woody?
That is the million-dollar question for these 2 teams now. The last opportunity through normal qualification process to advance. This is all coming down to this last war for them, where they have to fight from the lower bracket to try to make it all the way to the end. It's going to be a perilous position for squads that have tried so hard. Both of these teams able to make it to qualifications already so far this year, but not yet earning that coveted spot, holding on to the golden ticket that they so seek.
Right, and we've been talking all about this sub player, thinking about whether he's going to be able to step up in this next match or not, but I think it also plays a big psychological role on the rest of the team. You know, how many of those other players are having to spend time trying to help him out, make sure he's going to be okay for this next match, and they're spending less time worrying about themselves and their own attack.
Yeah, that is for sure as well an aspect, like how good is the team chemistry, like how much time have they spent together as 6-man roster. But we're getting closer to the next match. Woody, I think we're saying goodbye to you for this next one. Lexos and me are going to cover this next match together and getting slowly ready, because we said it, I think this match is all about team chemistry and how much you can push each other, push the energy. You have talked about that. Maybe even, I don't know, was one of the teams in person? I don't think so, right? So it's harder to push energy level wise, but maybe try their best on voice.
Yeah, you're right. I think it was Dizzy who had 2 of the players sitting in the same room, or maybe it was just somebody else in the room with him. I'm not sure. We'll see. But I do believe this match is going to be all about momentum. It's going to be all about the energy, and it's going to be fun to see if these teams can start off strong and who's going to get the faster attack, and how other teams are going to have to try to speed things up even more and start going with riskier and riskier approaches to make up for the difference. But here we go. Dizzy versus MO Shifters, and we got Dizzy coming in first. It's a
That's right, with the classic equipments, I would say, I feel like those are seen the most. We have the safer approach on the Archer Queen with the invisibility equipment, but we have not the craziest funnel, really wide entry for the Root Riders with the Valkyries, which is sometimes a bit risky, I would say, when it comes down to pathing.
Super interesting to see he's not yet funneling that whole 4 o'clock section of the base. Decided to use the Siege Barracks way over by itself on the bottom side. The jump spell for the Barbarian King looks like it's in a good spot. That's going to keep the Root Riders together. The Royal Champion having to do a lot of work by herself, though. He's having to invest a Rage Spell, and she's already down to just 1 HP. Another very interesting thing to know is the Frosty on the Archer Queen here.
Yeah, this means no Unicorn, no recovery there. He has the healer equipment, but as well, after that, not that much. The Overgrowth spell should run out any second, and as we're saying that, it is actually happening with the raged up Hall Riders now. Can he take down the Town Hall? And I think that should be possible with those super minions.
Ooh, yeah, it should be. The Royal Champion getting slowed down a lot by that Poison Tower. Gonna cost him a bit on time, but overall still pretty fast. I'm not sure what the exact seconds was. It was close to 75. He's having fun on camera there with a little Pikachu action figure. Yeah, it looks like 75 seconds. So even though some interesting choices we're seeing there, it still worked out just fine for him.
It works indeed, even with a really solid time. We have seen as well, obviously some faster times, but a lot of as well slower attacks. So starting in to the match with a 1 minute 15 second attack, I think they feel happy about that. But now we have momentum shifters with Scooby-Doo and one of their fastest attackers. So they're really trying to make sure that there's as much pressure on the other team early on into the match as possible.
Exactly. Scooby-Doo, such a fan favorite player in the community as well. He changed his name recently, but this man has been well known for fast attacks, well known for good attacks, and let's see what he's got today. Spiky Ball on the Barbarian King and a Giant Arrow on the Queen, so some cool offensive damage equipments here to pair in with his dragons.
And he's going in with that Slammer, making sure that it's moving into this Expo early on. The dragons are coming in from the other side, so he's trying to create that funneling there. The Archer Queen already took down some of those core buildings, and maybe even set up some of the pathing setups and making sure the troops are going the right direction.
Very fun to see the Stone Slammer being used, but oh, right as I say that, the Archer Queen dying early. I don't think that was a part of the plan, but the Healer Puppet transitioning over to the Royal Champion. I'm not even convinced he was going to use the Royal Champion there to begin with. He might have done that just to see if he can have the healers switch over and not completely waste the healers. He was able to get through the middle section of the base here. It has the Overgrowth on the right side. We see the Spiky Ball doing some damage, and even though the Queen died early, with a lot of spells in his pocket, this might be okay.
Oh no, he tried to freeze as many buildings as possible together, missing a Town Hall though. The second freeze is being there, and this means the Town Hall going down, so it was not the biggest issue in the end, but messing up that one freeze right there, getting the job done, and this means both teams are starting off strong. What was the final time though? 1 minute and 8 seconds, which means a really fast attack to set up this match for them.
Yeah, very fast indeed. That missed freeze right there, man. I've done that once or twice in my life, but this one didn't cost him too much. A good attack for Scooby-Doo, giving them the slight lead, and now all the pressure right back onto Dizzy. This is exactly what I was hoping for before this match started, that both teams would come out swinging hot, and the pressure's just gonna keep building and building. Every single player is gonna feel like they have to do a 60-second attack, and it might lead to one little slip-up.
Yeah, that's right. The pressure is building indeed, and just the pressure of knowing, okay, we have to go faster, and this can really cause some of those mistakes. Going in now with the dragons, and having 2 elected dragons for the funneling to make sure those troops and heroes are going in the right direction. Otherwise, pretty common and pretty classic equipments, but again, no unicorns. So this seems to be quite common now with those pros, that they are getting rid of the unicorn, and because they have the healers now on the Queen, they're just going with the Frosty.
It is interesting to see. I mean, I guess they're using the Frosty as kind of like almost like a frozen arrow. I mean, that was kind of the logic there, but Frosty just might not live a long time. Fun to see the triple clone spell set up on this one, though. I think we also have a spiky ball that just went off, did some damage there. But let's see what he's able to do with these clones for the core of the base. I don't even think he's going to be able to get all the way to the town hall with those.
Oh, it's the cloned Yetis actually, which is not seen that often. There are spring traps, but the Yeti mice took down the entire core. The entire race up area is just gone. The last Inferno Tower is going down as well. The Queen is just pushing around. The Royal Champ is getting used to take down the monolith behind the Town Hall, which means the town at this point is going to be the one major defense, which should be taken care of in just a second from that Royal Champion.
Yes, the Royal Champion going to get distracted by all the skeletons, but luckily that Hog Rider puppet comes in to save the day. There's his final free spell. The Royal Champion, it's hard to tell if she's going to get through this monolith. Ooh, Spirit Fox does not go invisible, but luckily the monolith still goes down. And a handful of dragons on the right side in combination with that Grand Warden, with that Electric Owl, and of course the Archer Queen beating on her favorite target, the wall on the left side of the base. It's going to work out for Dizzy, but much slower than the other two attacks we've seen so far.
Yeah, they're decreasing their average, unfortunately, with the attack time. But it's back to momentum shifters, and the question is, are they going to increase or decrease their average attack duration to make sure that they're staying in the lead, or they are falling behind? Because we have seen quite a few of those matches as well, where the team with the better time was changing over the course of the entire match. Leo is going to go next, and I think most of his attacks were the Root Riders so far, so I would expect again another Root Rider attack for him.
It'll be interesting to see if he has any twists to go with it, though, because he does have to keep the speed up. Cannot afford any slow slip-ups here, so we'll see exactly what he's going to be bringing in against Melly's base. Let's see what Leo's got. 5 Root Riders, 6 Valkyries. No healer puppet. We've been seeing healer puppets on the Queen almost every single time today, but Leo decides to go with the Frozen Arrow and the Invis Vial.
Yeah, he's going for that Town Hall dive, and one of the best things to go versus defending heroes has to be the Frozen Arrow. It's like a headhunter for free, you can say that. And this is exactly working like that. Take a look at this Barbarian King. He has no chance of even attacking once. And with the invisibility and the Frozen Arrow, the town should go down as well. But the King so far is wandering around a little bit while the Root Riders are pushing around the top left side. But I think he has already lost a lot of them.
Yeah, it's hard to see how many are still alive, but the ones that I can see were low on health. Right as I say that, I saw another 2 go down. The Tesla farm on the left side in combination with the CC troops, the Ricochet cannon. I mean, these Root Riders are dropping fast. The Overgrowth does hit the Monolith, which is a big, heavy-hitting defense, but I don't know if he's getting enough value out of that. He's got the delayed Super Barbarians to go for the Monolith, which is nice. Having to spend that last rage on the Royal Champion. She already did use her ability, but can she carry this attack? Can she get enough value to save this? Ooh, the Monolith staying up might cost him everything.
Oh no, Monolith staying up. The Invisibility Fox is for sure helping there. Now it's getting targeted, and this means the pet is going down and the Royal Champ as well. And this is the defense Dizzy was looking for. The pressure of going faster and faster and faster is just too much, and Leo is falling short with a 95% 2-star.
Man, I feel like I mentioned this before this attack, you know, those backup Super Barbarians for the core when the Overgrowth expires, and that's exactly what he was trying to do, but he just did not bring enough. That Monolith stayed up on 1 HP, and if that Monolith was dead, I think the Royal Champion would have stayed alive. She would have been able to get the last 3 defenses, so that makes all the difference, just not having enough Super Barbarians for that middle section once the Overgrowth expires. He needed 1 more.
Yeah, and now Dizzy have to make sure that they're staying relaxed, knowing that they only have to go for 3 stars, which is still by far easier said than done. But we're seeing the next attack, this time around with the Giant Arrow and with the Angry Jelly again on that Barbarian King to make sure that he's getting quicker into the village.
It is very fun to see that Angry Jelly. Sometimes they use him early, sometimes, like here, it looks like we're going to delay the King, use him a little bit later. We do have some more wall breakers to use with him. We're popping that Warden ability, got the Healing Tome, got the Eternal Tome on the upper side of the base, and with that Skeleton spell on the left side, I'm guessing we're going to see a Barb King over there. Maybe that's just for the champion. Yep, looks like the Barb King is going to be used on the bottom all by himself.
with the jump spell into that compartment, into that monolith, making sure that that is taken care of, where the queen is fighting with the merged cannon on the left side. The royal champion is fighting as well. Some of those root riders are still inside that core, caught inside the giant trap, but that should be all right with the overgrowth waking up, I think, pretty soon again.
I think the tornado trap holding all those units in the core for an extra few seconds actually helps the attacker in this situation. That way we can wait for the overgrowth to expire, drop the rage spell right there over the town hall. All those root riders, the barbarian king, the angry jelly, just able to team up inside that rage spell and absolutely delete the core of the base here. Plenty of super barbarians, super minions alive, getting all the buildings around the outside of the base, and there is another Clan Clash 3-star for Dizzy.
Yeah, really great attack, getting the job done here with the back end Barbarian King with the jump spell, making sure that he's attacking the base from every single side. Another quick attack as well, even though time is less likely to be a factor in this one, since we have seen the first 2-star attack already earlier from Leo. But momentum shifters, both teams have had their fails in their first match, so nothing is over. And momentum shifters at this point, they just have to hope for their defense, while they on their side and keep going perfect on the offense.
Exactly. There's nothing you can do with time now, or at least you shouldn't consider it, even though it is a possibility that the other team could also hit a 95% and we'd be back to worrying about time. That would be hilarious if it did happen. But odds are you just focus on getting 3 stars now. Nobody in the match should be focusing on time, but some of these players probably don't want to switch up their plan. Maybe before the first fail happened, they had already decided which base they're going to attack and that they're going to use root riders like Sean here is using, and so he's probably just going to stick with his original plan.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, root riders are not weak by any means, which means even if you go with those root riders, it does not mean that it's lowering your chance of 3-starring, because the troop and especially as well the Valkyrie synergizing is so good together, and both are being just so strong. Where on this one we have the king walking towards the core. Some of those troops are already in the core with the root riders, and the town hall is now getting attacked any second now by the P.E.K.K.A. of the siege barracks.
Yep, he is going to invest a free spell to help this queen. Is she also going to need a rage? No, I think... Does she have the frozen arrow? She does. I didn't even notice that. Frozen arrow going to keep her alive. We can pop the royal champ ability. We're just waiting for that overgrowth to expire. And with an extra freeze in his pocket, the super minions on the right side of the base, this is just another clean, standard root rider smash here for MO shifters. Getting it done and just absolutely destroying another base from Dizzy.
Yeah, really nicely done, setting up the pathing for those root riders with having the king go into the eagle compartment, the root riders then getting pushed into the core, and this really made sure that there was no chance for this base of surviving. Having the back end siege barracks, something uncommon, but we're seeing that now with the barbarian king, with the siege barracks are getting switched on that front depending on wherever the other type of troop or hero is getting needed. But we're back to Dizzy. If they can keep up their 3-star streak, they're going to win. So everything is now on their shoulders of keeping that streak.
Right, exactly. They just got to slow down, make sure they stick with their plan. They don't have any slip-ups, no need to take any crazy risks. I'm sure, even though I'm saying that, they're probably still going to do something like overgrowth the town hall and save it for last. Yep, it looks like that might just be what he's doing. He's bringing a spiky ball and a giant arrow, and again, Dizzy continuously using the Frosty on the Archer Queen.
Yeah, this is for sure a trend which we see a lot currently from those pros. Unicorn is getting used less and less currently. We have talked about that in the beginning when Town Hall 16 and all of the splash damage defense were released, but not really much has changed. Well, in the beginning, it took now really multiple months for players to switch to that Frosty, and it's now getting used a lot. And as we're saying that, the root riders are pushing him from this bottom side with the overgrowth spell placed down the town as well, making sure that it's going to be the last building.
He did not get the Royal Champion in the Warden ability, but as usual, the Spirit Fox coming in clutch, trying to keep that the Royal Champion invisible time and time again, and a good rage spell gonna just get him through the core of the base. Super Hog Riders from the Siege Barracks able to help out. Look at these back-end wall breakers on the left, helping the Queen, and then the Root Riders have opened everything else up, so now the Queen can just walk through the entire base as the Overgrowth expires. He still has a couple spells left over for the back end.
Yeah, the Queen trying to avoid the tunnel for now, going for the storage first. The tunnel has to go down really soon, and the Royal Champ should do exactly that to make sure that this base is going down with the storages as the last beating. So they're keeping their streak alive, making sure that they're 3-starring in every single attack they've done so far. And this means one attack for them is left. And if they can 3-star that one, they are going to win. On the other side, Momentum Shifters have 2 attacks left, and they, well, have to hope for a defense, but they have to 3-star twice to still have a chance.
Exactly, looking a little scary for MO Shifters. It's not over yet, but as you mentioned out, they have to now go 2 for 2 and still cross their fingers, hope for a defense. This match isn't even in their own hands anymore. They're just going to be hoping that something happens with the last attacker of Dizzy. But we got Z-Kin coming in with the 4th attack for MO Shifters, and let's hope he's able to bring something good for his team.
Yeah, we wouldn't be surprised to see another Root Rider attack, and the next most likely entry is going to be something with the dragons, but it's actually going to be the Electro Dragon to set up a funneling for him and his attack, using the Earthquake to trigger and actually take down the Spell Tower early on in the core, making sure that this really high damage area is not having as much damage anymore. One Tesla being a little bit annoying, but there is a Troll Tesla farm with a lot of traps in there, which makes the value of this Electro Dragon, well, not as great as he was expecting.
Fun to see the Angry Jelly being used on the Archer Queen there. She went straight into the base really early, able to snipe some defenses. I don't think it made too much of a difference though. The Spiky Ball from the Barbarian King also sniping a lot of buildings on the right side of the base, and there goes the delayed Overgrowth spell. Just as we're used to seeing it, the Royal Champion getting a little out in front of the Root Riders here, taking some damage from defenses, but as usual, that Spirit Fox continuously keeping her alive.
Yeah, keeping her alive as well with the heal aura of that Warden still active, making sure that those are staying healthy. We have the super minions now reinforcing from the top, and this base is completely done with still having the rage and freezes left to use to make sure that those defenses cannot even fight back. Momentum Shifters with another 3-star, and they have to keep doing exactly that. But Dizzy is up next, and I feel like this next attack, well, it's really likely that's going to decide the match in either direction. If they 3-star, they're going to win this match. If they get below a 2-star 95%, well, Momentum Shifters still have their chance of turning this match back around.
He saved 2 of his rage spells for the very end of the attack for the last 5 buildings, and was still able to knock out that whole base in 1 minute and 16 seconds. That was a really powerful attack. So a nicely done attack from Z-Kin, but as you said, all the pressure on Melly now. You just got to be able to do your thing, not slip up here, even with everybody watching. But Melly's done this time and time again. We've seen Dizzy here many months in the past, so let's see if he'll be able to close it out.
And he was in this closer position 3 times actually last month. 2 out of them he was able to clutch for his team. Once he did not make it. The question now is, what is it going to be for this one? He's bringing, seems like, the Warden charge as well with that Fireball, it looks like, because he's bringing a couple of Earthquakes to make sure that you can take down the Clan Castle and Phone Tower and everything around it.
Ooh, there goes the Fireball, and Earthquake combo snipes the CC building, but ooh, I think the second Earthquake, was it meant to take the Eagle? Was he a little bit late because the builder started repairing it?
It looked like it, yeah. I think the second Earthquake for sure was for that Eagle, as you said, but the Bitterhut's being in range, I think it has to be really close with that range of the Bitterhut, but the Eagle staying alive. Let's see if it's going to have a big impact or if that Queen can reach it anyways. But so far, the attack looks solid. With one problem though, the wall break did not really connect as expected. So the Queen hopefully is going to run around that outside wall and is not going to attack another wall.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's sometimes impossible to predict what kind of decision she's going to make here. Will she beat on a wall? Will she go around? And it looks like she will go around on this one. We do have an Ice Golem, the jump spell. He's not being fast at all with this attack, but it doesn't really matter. He can take his time. He can set it up. The jump spell is going to give him access to a lot of the base. As we've been talking about this attack for the last 40 seconds or so, he's got a Flame Flinger working on the bottom side, shaping up the base even more as well.
Oh no, he tried to push the king back inside, but the king somehow ignored the jump, went to the outside, but he wanted to have that king as a tank in front of the queen, in front of their warden, because remember, the warden does not have an ability left anymore. There goes the queen ability to spawn even more healers, but can the queen survive and take down the core? The warden is down by now. The queen is still going, but there's a lot of damage inside that core in the town hall. Without that warden, well, is it going to go down?
The rage spell invested on the queen, but it was too late. She dies. The healers transition over. They all die. It's a wasted rage, but luckily the royal champion takes the town hall. So many balloons on the bottom side of the base. All he needs is 96%. Doesn't even have to hit the triple. Super Minion's able to help out quite a bit. The royal champion drops as well. No more spells. I think the balloons are going down. This is going to be really close. 95 for a tie. Potentially 96 guarantees a win, and he's at 95 right now.
Wait, is it going to come down to... Wait, is the Inferno Tower has to go down, otherwise they lose on time. The Inferno Tower is going down, and they're actually going to win this match. You can't make this up. Momentum Shifters have lost now once because of 2 buildings, and now they're losing because of maybe 1 building. This is crazy. How does this keep happening?
Wow. You could not write a better story. Just 1 building. Now, this is assuming that MO Shifters are going to be able to 3-star their next attack. We're going to have to wait and see. But unfortunately, it's already over. Dizzy needed 96% 2-star to clutch the win. And so they come in and get exactly 96% 2-star.
I mean, it kind of has style to some degree from Melee, but we know it's not intended, right? But still, just like seeing that he's only doing what he has to do to get this victory is kind of cool to some degree. I think his teammates, though, had a heart attack. I think that's quite safe to say, but they're getting that victory, and now it's up to Momentum Shifters. It's actually up to the sub. That's kind of evil to have the sub doing the last attack. Just imagine if there would have been maybe 1 beating less, and this is now up to Hanzo for getting that last 3-star. That would have been really evil for him. But on this one, there's no pressure anymore. He can do a queen charge Lalo. That's exactly what he's doing, with starting at this top side, and then many loons already invested early on with that blimp.
Right, we have no idea if it was his team's decision or if it was his decision that he wanted to go last. Maybe he's not comfortable with the speedy attacks like the Root Riders and stuff, so he wanted to go last so he could do a queen charge, maybe see if time wasn't going to be an issue. But here we go. Queen charge Lalo, still my favorite army to watch in Clash of Clans. It's too bad we don't get to see it as much in the current meta, but here we go. Get to see Hanzo try it out. Barbarian King on the left side, popping his ability with that Giant Gauntlet. Rage Vial combo, gonna slap that enemy Archer Queen down. And now his Archer Queen slowly making her way all the way to the middle of the base.
Yeah, with the Rage Tower, there's a lot of damage on her, but being raged up on her own as well should keep her alive. This Rage is really aggressive. Okay, he really wants to make sure that the Queen is as long in that Rage as possible, dragging the healers now further, but I think the healers are still not in range, and this means the Queen ability is forced.
Yeah, that Rage just at least 1 tile off. If it was aggressive for that first part when he dropped it, I can understand that, but even when Queen took the next step forward, it was still off. So a little bit misplaced, but now we got the Lalo coming in from the bottom side, and another misplay. It seems he still has his Warden on ground mode from the last match, or maybe do you think he's okay with that because the Royal Champion was in front anyway?
Oh, it could be close. I'm not really sure. Okay, there's no... I guess it's going to be a 3-star anyways with those rages, but getting that Lalo in there for making sure that he's still 3-starring. It's not going to matter too much for the result of this match, but it was a close one with only 1 building difference.
Yeah, a little scary with that one rage on the Queen, but it doesn't matter too much. Queen got all the value she needed to. The Lalo, the Royal Champion, we didn't even get to talk about that part too much, but they just cruised through the bottom section of the base. A beautiful Queen charge Lalo from Hanzo. Nicely done from him. For a Queen charge Lalo, not too slow either. 2 minutes and 4 seconds attack. Nicely done, but still, wow, a one building victory for Dizzy. That is just wild.
Yeah, that is just really, really crazy. Unfortunate ending, though, for Momentum Shifters. They are dropping out of this last qualifier, the July qualifier, which means, well, they still have their silver ticket, so they're going to play in the last chance qualifier. But at least for this one, they were not able to upgrade their ticket. And the only team in this qualifier so far which can still do that is going to be Navi, or any of the other teams who have not claimed any type of ticket so far could claim their first ticket in general.
Exactly. Going to be very interesting to see, and going to be interesting to see, you know, what if Navi do finish in that second position again? Is it just the third place team from tomorrow that ends up with that silver ticket?
I think so, yeah. I think that would mean the silver ticket would be given to the third team, but I'm not sure if it's in the first or in the second qualifier, like which silver ticket counts. I guess we will find out if that case is going to happen. But either way, it is going to be some crazy matches. But we have one more match today still, which is going to be another elimination match. And this means another team is going to drop out of this competition today. And this is going to be, well, really unfortunate.
Yes, we will be hopping into that last match here in just a few minutes, but we can see some of the highlights from this match. And I mean, it was so close. You can't really underestimate how close it was. One building that makes all the difference. Both teams with just that one slight slip up. No 1 stars in this match, but man, just that one super barbarian, one extra one going to that monolith on that first fail could have made the difference between MO Shifters staying in this tournament. That's just so unfortunate to see for them.
Yeah, a lot of close calls for them. In total, 3 buildings which have lost them 2 matches. 1 building in the second one, 2 matches, 2 buildings in the first one. I think we have not had any other team with a closer record within those qualifiers. But I think this is not the right. Dizzy has actually won this match, but yeah, they have make sure that they're staying in the low bracket and staying in the tournament.
Yeah, Dizzy with the 99.2. You can see that 0.2 extra percent giving them the win. Nicely done, and all around fast attacks from every single one of their 3-star players here today. You see the slowest one out of those top 4 attackers was 126, which is still quite speedy.
Yeah, that's for sure. 1 minute 26 seconds. So I think they were even really fast, even after the match was already done. And Melly getting that MVP vote for making this match entertaining for every viewer except his teammates, because I think they were freaking out a little bit. But it was quite entertaining for sure for us watching the match, making sure that it felt really, really close in the end. And in fact, it was close with just this one bidding difference. But Carbon, what about you? Like, what was your reaction with that one really, really crazy attack of Melly? Did you, like, jump around, or what was happening there?
Yeah, I was keeping out of the edge of your seat, and they delivered. They got it done, which means that Momentum Shifters, who came in with a first-round bye, going home as the first team, that is a wild thought there, but it is unfortunate. Not their day, which means they are out, and we have one more team to eliminate coming up in the very next match, which is the last one here today, Itsu.
That's right, one more match to go, and let's take a look at the bracket. It is going to be VN Esporting versus Pulse Gaming. I think this as well is going to be a really, really intense one, with VN Esporting having this one fail. Pulse Gaming, though, coming or getting sent to the low bracket from Navi. So I feel like, well, it is hard to say if they really feel bad, because losing to Navi in the current stand is, I don't know, I guess it feels different. So I think Pulse Gaming might have the upper hand on this one. But what do you think, Lexnos?
It's hard to tell. I think Pulse Gaming are going to come out strong, as they usually do. Every time I've seen them play in the last month or two, they are just non-stop getting 15 stars. And I think the story for VN Esporting feels like half the time they're just doing perfect, and then the other half of the time they're having the most random, unexpected slip up. And I think they already had that so far today in their first matchup. So maybe now they are due for one of those perfect wars. And I might be sensing a 15-15.
Well, we'll have to see. And now let's take a look at our predictions here. So, Lexnos, you and I have had the same predictions the whole day, which means we have the same ones correct and the same ones wrong. And all of us across the board are picking here Pulse Gaming to advance, which means that, does that mean that they have not as great of a chance to advance because we all selected them? I guess we'll have to find out, as this is the final match here today, to then move on to tomorrow to have a chance of getting that golden ticket. But what was your thought here picking Pulse?
I mean, they looked really, really strong. Even versus Navi in the first couple of attacks, I think they were holding up pretty decent when you're considering that you're going up versus the favorites. And I think they have just shown more consistency. As Lex said, I mean, there are some slip-ups on the VN Esporting side from time to time, and I haven't really seen that much from Pulse Gaming. So this is why I'm going with that prediction right there. But I'm looking forward to see what the community says, to be honest, because that might be, I don't know, maybe with VN Esporting, especially with them being the last words main stage. So maybe they get the benefit of like having that big name, which people are recommending. So that might be an upset there for the fan voting there. At least that would be something I would expect, maybe. Who knows?
Yes, that'd be interesting to see the fan voting as well. I think Pulse Gaming, those players have been around playing on top teams for many, many years. They are using a new name this year, though, and maybe a lot of the community are just not used to that. But as you can see from their performance in the last couple months, these guys are all top tier. They absolutely deserve to be here today, and we'll see if they're going to be able to take out VN Esporting today. But there are the results, and it looks like the community is agreeing with us just slightly, though. 58% for Pulse Gaming.
Yeah, they seen the performance of Pulse. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to continue through the upper bracket. So now it is time in the lower bracket to try to keep their hopes alive, as we are getting ready for the 6th and final match here today. Pulse Gaming taking on VN Esporting. While the percentage and stars looks to just barely be on VN Esporting's side. But will that be enough in this match, as it all comes down to this here for them?
Yeah, I feel like at this point, with the stats that do not matter as much anymore, I feel like, especially as well with the last qualifier, we have seen that this clutch factor has to be there. Like, they have to be able to show up when it matters most. And I feel like both of those teams can have it, which I think makes this match way closer than it might look when we just take a look at the predictions, Lex.
Exactly. We could look at the stats all day and say that one team is the favorite over another team, but sometimes it just does not matter. You never know when one of these players is just going to focus too hard on speed and just not have a plan B when one of their heroes dies early. But looking at VN Esporting's stats here, it is fun to point out Diego and El Tano have been perfect all month long.
And all it takes is one mistake. We've talked about it before. And these players have to remain focused. And this is the last monthly finals qualifier. The rest of the opportunity is going to come through a community tournament where you can get a silver ticket. And then you'll have to compete in the last chance qualifier for that 6th and final golden ticket. So it's all on the line. You can't be losing this in the lower bracket. So we've seen our predictions here. So we're going to be getting ready for this 6th and final match. So it's going to be Lexnos and myself. So Itsu will take a seat for this one. So we'll see you at the end of this match here, as we're going to see if VN or Pulse Gaming will take it. Everyone across the board for us casters plus the community has picked Pulse Gaming. So let's see if they can keep that going, or will VN come out on top and try to advance?
Exactly. Even though one or two of the other teams in this bracket this weekend may be the favorites overall. I'm really excited for this matchup. VN, Pulse Gaming. I think if VN show up and they put on their A game, this is going to be a fun, close, unpredictable match, and I'm just looking forward to see if we get any super crazy twists that go along with it.
Yeah, with the first attacker going to be Lincoln taking on El Tano for VN Esporting. What is the tone that he's going to set? Will it be a quick triple? We've been seeing some attacks from other matches of around 63, 65, 68 seconds. Nothing yet that has cracked the 60 or under mark. You do that, and that is going to be a huge advantage in a match. But again, we haven't seen 15-15. So at this point, just getting a 15 might be good enough at this point. You don't have to even worry about time.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting to point out. We're always worried about time with these first few attacks, but none of the matches today have come down to time. There have been slip-ups in every single match. So I don't know if that's just a jinx from us, or are these players just way too concerned with time? But anyways, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the last match of the day, an elimination match. Pulse Gaming versus VN Esporting. Carbon, what is he opening up with?
The Dragons paired in with an Overgrowth, starting off with that Electro Dragon to start. Queen ability. Healers coming from the healer puppet. In between are the Dragons, the Balloons, the Grand Warden. Get ready for a Stone Slammer as well. Decide not to go with that Blimp as the double rages. Oh, only dropping one. Typically, we tend to see two rages being deployed right away with Dragons. Delaying that second one just a little bit, as now the King is on the far right side. He's going to be making his way to lead the charge, help try to protect that Queen.
Very interesting to see the Stone Slammer being utilized. We're not going with the Battle Blimp, of course, because he's going to overgrowth the Town Hall anyway. But we have also seen a lot of players, a lot of these Dragon players still bring the Siege Barracks for all that extra firepower. Sometimes the Stone Slammer only gets one or two buildings and then dies right away, as I think was the case here as well. He used the King with the Frosty over with the Archer Queen, and now a delayed jump spell to give the heroes access to everything. Look at that.
Yeah, with that King ability still intact, the Dragons have pathed their way towards the Town Hall. Myleth locking onto him, so probably won't be able to take that down, as the Royal Championess ability has gone off through the bottom side. But with the King and a freeze still intact, the Spiky Ball skips across, does tremendous amount of damage, and Lincoln starting it off for a 3-star here for Pulse Gaming.
Beautifully done from him. It's fun to see that spiky ball go off toward the end. I didn't even know he was going to have it there. Even if it was any other equipment, though, I think he would have been just fine. This base going down, and I think it was a quick one as well, as we see the time pop up. There it is, 76-second attack, and that right there is going to set the pace for the other team.
Let's just focus on the 3 stars. Focus on getting that in this match, because that could give you a really good opportunity of winning and advancing, as now Diego for VN Esporting is going to be up next for them. Can he deliver a 3-star for him? It was Demo, who we will have to keep an eye on from the previous match for VN Esporting, that unfortunately did fall short, bringing about a 90, I believe it was a 95%, that cost him in the end. So we'll have to keep our eye out for Demo's attack when he attacks later, but Diego is going to be bringing the Root Riders and Valkyries with that initial wall break for that King. Usually pairs in a jump spell, so that King can help jump over the walls, as the Root Riders coming far to the left side.
Skeleton spell to distract the Monolith. The Ice Golem's coming out of this clan castle early, going to slow him down. Hopefully he'll be able to take out that Monolith before he's getting frozen a bunch of times. That jump spell will allow King access. With the Phoenix, he should be able to still get some good value. I wasn't able to see if the Queen has a healer puppet or not, but he's saving the ability for quite some time. There goes the Overgrowth. There goes the freeze. World Champion's getting low on health here.
Yeah, with that King to the top side, though, the Headhunters that came out really slowed him. So that is why he just was forced to his, or he went to his death, and the Phoenix came out. So not getting as much value there, but the Phoenix can secure the Ricochet Cannon, but now continuing towards the backside. While, look at this, the Queen is taking out that defensive King with that Frozen Arrow. Well done, as he needs to backtrack and end on the Town Hall for this attack.
The Phoenix taking out the Ricochet cannon is definitely going to help out a ton. He had to use all of his spells a little early there to try and keep the Royal Champion alive. I was nervous about that, but I think it's going to work out okay. Royal Champion goes down. No spells to support, but luckily the P.E.K.K.A.s able to swing at that Town Hall. The Grand Warden helping with a little bit of extra DPS. The Queen, of course, going for walls. And she's actually going to be the only thing left as everybody else falls in that Giga Poison.
And that Queen clutches it here. Well done. A 3-star to answer for VN Esporting. It wasn't the cleanest, but it gets it done. 3-star is a 3-star at the end of the day, and that's what these players need to have a chance to win.
Yeah, if the trend continues, maybe we shouldn't even worry about time at all. Odds are there might be 1 or 2 slip-ups coming later in this match, so we don't have to sit here and say it's the end of the world that attack was 1 minute and 40. We just got to see if the next player will be able to get a 3-star or not.
Watto's either gonna probably be dragons or root riders has been the common theme here today. We were seeing some different attacks, like a Queen Charge Lalo, which usually came in at the end of a match when things were kind of different, when you knew the situations here. But indeed, Watto bringing the Root Riders and Valkyrie, starting with that King, and it is pairing the Angry Jelly on him. So tassels do pop up here, which means that the King kind of walks a little bit, so he does pair that jump spell towards the outside, goes directly in. He can help take out the enemy. Queen pulls 2 giant bombs just like that, clearing this compartment as he's funneled the top side to push these Root Riders in.
Very quick thinking from Watto to send 2 Valkyries with the King as soon as he saw that double or triple skeleton trap pop up over by the Barbarian King. That was nicely done before sending the rest of the Valks with the Root Riders on the right side of the base. An interesting overgrowth hitting the Town Hall and all the defenses to the left of it. Where is the Royal Champion? There she is, invisible on the top side of all those Root Riders, and with that extra rage spell still in his pocket, I think he's looking good here.
Yeah, with Super Hog coming out of the siege barracks, providing a little bit of distraction. Queen is barely staying alive, but he can pair in a freeze, a rage spell for the Royal Champion as she continues her way on through towards that Town Hall, and that is going down. Queen is going to help grab the single eventually, but it won't even matter as plenty of troops remain as Watto does deliver a 3-star here for Pulse Gaming, and now they are 2 for 2.
Just perfectly executed each individual portion of that attack, knew the timings of everything, where to invest his spells. It's very interesting to see how many super barbarians these players are bringing on these Root Rider attacks. Sometimes, we're not seeing more than 5 Root Riders being used, and it's relying very heavily on good placement and good adjustment and versatility of those super barbarians all around the base.
So there's a lot of players that are potentially playing in an online qualifier for multiple times, but they've never played in person. And Lexnos, you have the experience of both. Can you describe your experience of what's it like for playing online versus being actually in person and competing for something like this?
Oh man, it makes a world of a difference. I mean, I know with elimination on the line here, these players are going to be nervous. They might be shaking, but it's just magnified times 10 when you have to do it in person, especially when there's a crowd, when you've got all sorts of bright lights and cameras just shining in your face, and your teammates, all of them just meters away from you. I mean, geez, the intensity is magnified by a lot. So it's going to be really interesting to see that later this year in the World Championship Finals.
And exactly, the pressure is there. So that's what these players are fighting for, as L&D is coming in with the Root Rider. So he pairs in that overgrowth straight over that Town Hall. Well, let's see, as his King and Queen are working through that bottom side with a handful of Super Barbarians still to place in. Usually they're going to sprinkle them around to help take out the outside buildings. Indeed, he does just that, as eventually he'll be able to path back around towards this Town Hall.
Ooh, his Barbarian King's going down quite early. His Archer Queen also fell. The Phoenix trying to do a little bit of extra damage. This Tesla farm is just slowing him down quite a bit. Luckily, his Royal Champion already able to secure the Town Hall for that 2nd star, doing some extra damage with the haste file. Does he have the firepower with the Valkyries to clear everything? I think he's actually looking all right.
Yeah, with that Royal Champion clutching the core, that is what's saving this attack right here. That RC getting so much value allows him to 3-star this base, because those Root Riders would have had such a difficult time to come back around into the core of this base, as that is an answer for VN Esporting, and they are keeping pace with Pulse Gaming. Neither one of these teams wants to be sent home here, as this is an elimination match. And it's the final well, not the final elimination match, but this is the final monthly finals that you have that chance to be getting a golden and silver ticket potentially. There's a lot on the line.
Yes, indeed. I think that attack was a great example of why the Valkyries are so popular behind the Root Riders right now. So many skeleton traps, Tesla traps, other traps on the bottom side of that base there for the finish. And I can't help but feel like if it was just Root Riders, they would have slowed down quite a bit. The skeletons, when you have like 2, 3, 4 skeleton traps all paired up together, they can actually do a significant amount of damage. But those Valkyries behind the Root Riders, I mean, they just make those skellies die pretty much instantly.
Absolutely. But Chihuahua is going to start it off here for Pulse Gaming with the Dragons now for their third attack, as the Bat Spell is being used to the top side to help provide the distraction to be able to sneak in a few balloons to help set up a funnel, as the Siege Barracks was placed first to the far right. Now Dragons are coming in between. Now the Queen's ability right away comes from the bottom side to fly through the base, as he's going to send the King with that Angry Jelly in towards the Eagle Artillery.
Fun to see the Angry Jelly. He's getting slowed down by some skellies, but we pop his ability. His Spiky Ball going to clear everything on the outer edge of the base, but without the Rage Vial, I'm not sure how much of a push this King's going to be able to get, especially with the Ice Golems there. He's only going to get 1 or 2 more defenses probably. The Dragons are having to chase an Ice Golem across the map. Now they're getting frozen, and this is going to be a little bit of an interesting situation. Once the Overgrowth expires here, where does he choose to invest these last 2 spells?
With that Poison getting launched to the left side, pushing his way into the Monolith, but the Town Hall is still remaining. The RC's ability has already been used. He has 4 Super Barbarians left, but he can't really do anything because there's walls that will be preventing the Super Barbs from getting into anywhere. The Queen has to be able to reach over the wall, but with a minute 40 left, that's plenty of time. There's the Super Barbs. Help bust through the wall here for this Queen, timed perfectly, but the Town Hall will be hitting and damaging them.
He is going to be able to get it, it looks like. Queen able to damage that last wall without being hit by the Giga Inferno, so disaster avoided. But man, we were trying not to talk about time earlier too much because we didn't want to bring it up, but this is actually interesting because it's almost going to even things out. Pulse had quite a bit of a lead on time, but this one might be the slowest attack of the match.
Yeah, with their average at 115 prior to this attack, now jumps all the way up to 127, closer to VN Esporting, but VN Esporting at a minute 33, so there's still an advantage for Pulse Gaming here, as this coming down to the final set of attacks.
Yes, indeed. We'll see if that allows VN Esporting to get some inspiration, some confidence from that to feel like they can get back into this. But here we have Demo. He has been the player that some people have been a little bit concerned with. He was the one that slipped up in that first match earlier today, but maybe he's ready. Maybe he's got a good plan. He's feeling confident against this base. We'll have to see if he can step up, rise to the occasion, and knock this one out of the park.
Yeah, Demo wants to redeem himself from that very first match, bringing in the Dragons, the double clone spells. We're going to see that balloon right to the top side, Queen as well, and dropping that balloon to test for traps to protect that Queen's ability. The healer puppets that have spawned, as we see a blimp now going to be sent across the base. It might not go for the Town Hall. He might want to just clear the core of this base rather than grabbing the Town Hall. Indeed, that's what he does. The clone spell is being placed, and yes, the Yeti's coming out.
Yeah, we saw this earlier today. Yetis with a bunch of clone spells for the core. Interesting, because this is not that common at all to see. It is going to pull the Ice Golems out of the defense. Sometimes it can get crazy good value. He did get a lot of defenses, but I can't help but feel like he was also expecting to get that extra scatter shot down.
Yeah, while the queen has stepped into the topside compartment, she is going to have to go through that wall, but she will be responsible for grabbing the town hall eventually if the dragons don't grab it. We do have some dragons to the bottom right side. Royal Champion's already running her way in. With the enemy queen down to the right, the Royal Champ goes invisible. Headhunter's trying to time and pair in the Headhunter there. With an RC ability, a freeze, a couple super barbs left. The queen should be able to grab the town hall. Indeed, she does as the RC burns her ability.
Spirit Fox still alive, and she might need to save the day if Spirit Fox can go invisible again. Ooh, yes, but the traps, the scatter shot is going to be close. That RC goes into the Giga Poison. No!
RC, what are you doing? She was like, I'm going straight into that poison there, but with the queen still alive, she'll be able to reach over the wall, grab the scatter shot, grab the builder hut as well, and save this one. He even finds a tornado trap and all the red air bombs. But it should be enough with the king even there now.
Oh, power-wise, yes. No fail on this one. Demo able to get through the base, but man, every time he was trying to have something go his way in terms of speed, it just got slowed down. That poor champion hitting every trap she could. And then the tornado trap for the queen. And right as Viennese Sporting had a chance to steal the lead here on time, unfortunately, they're going to have almost a 2-minute attack.
At least it's a 3-star, and that keeps you in it if it does come down to that potential perfect war. But yes, at a minute 59, the advantage is heavily on Pulse Gaming's side at the moment. But from the current trends of all the other matches, there has yet to be a 15-15 match, and it literally could come down to the final attacker not getting the perfect war, as Sahara's coming in now to answer, and he's going to keep that 3-star streak going, or at least he's hoping, potentially with Root Riders or Dragons. We've been seeing that all day here. The last one that was from Demo, the Dragons and the Clone Up Yetis has been making the appearance, which also pulls out that Ice Golem or any Clan Castle that's ground, so which is nice, so that let's say when your Royal Champion may be deployed later gets in range of the Clan Castle, there wouldn't be anything there because the Yetis would have already lured them out, potentially taken them out, or they would have moved to your Queen or your King where they would have dealt with that. But it is going to be a few lightning spells paired in with the Root Riders and Valks, as we have the Queen sniping the single target Inferno with a lightning and her arrow.
Fun way there to see how they snipe that outside Inferno tower. Just get rid of it right away. Just a couple spells and the giant arrow, and it looks like we're gonna send the queen right behind the Root Riders with her healer puppet as well. We don't see this too often, the queen right behind the Root Riders. Usually we have the queen funneling some other portion of the base, a big open core with lots of heavy hitting defenses. We're gonna pop the Warden ability, pop the spiky ball on the Barbarian King, and now where's he gonna drop this overgrowth?
Well, if he places in the middle, that's a lot of defenses covered. No, just off to the side, so he clears the core, and he can come back to the town hall. But the wizards that actually came out of the siege barracks cleaned up the whole bottom side, including that Eagle artillery. So those wizards are doing so much work. They're even going to make their way to the single target Inferno. Wow, such clutch wizards moving from a siege barracks, basically completely free troops, clearing that whole side.
And he even had a wall breaker for that exact junction, so it's almost like he planned. He probably did for those wizards to go get all that value. That's incredible from Sahara. Finishing on the town hall, always scary. I'm always gonna say it makes me a little stressed out, but it worked out perfectly for him here today.
All they have to do is triple their final attack, and they will be advancing in the lower brackets, and they would be sending VN Esporting home. Because Pulse Gaming have such a lead on time, it's going to be almost impossible for VN to try to win it on that tiebreaker. But it still comes down to a few attacks remaining. Here's Amualin wants to deliver the 3 stars, and we have yet to have one fail, which has been a common theme so far, as at least every match has had something like that.
I think if VN Esporting want to have a good shot, they need to bust out some very quick attacks. Now is the time to have some 55-second attacks. We have not seen I don't think any today that have been sub 1 minute, but in the previous months, with all the same meta and everything, we have seen quite a few sub 60-second attacks. So now is the time. Let's see if he can get it done with these dragons.
And we have 3 clones. Is he going to triple clone Yetis, or is he going to go with the balloons? As he does find a tornado, which means there's going to be Seeking Airmines right about in that area, and it is the balloons. Okay, but look at this, finding so many traps here for those balloons as he tries to continue to push through with these dragons.
Lots of normal dragons with the Grand Warden, with the Electric Owl, a couple of E-Drags on the left side of the base, the Royal Champion with them. We do have some good wall breakers. The Spiky Ball from the King. The wall breaker allows the Queen access to the Town Hall, so no need to fear about that. But with most of the dragons thinning out in the core, are we still looking okay for the 3? I think we are. The Royal Champion is so strong, and this might be VN Esporting's fastest attack of the match.
Yeah, this definitely is giving them hope right there. It is a 3-star coming in from Amualan, sitting at now a 1 minute, and they were at minute 41. Where is it going to change? It's definitely going to drop down quite a bit to a minute 33. So this final attack coming in from Pulse Gaming can really determine who will be winning the match.
On average now, an 8-second difference after 4 attacks is about 32 seconds total. This is still doable for VN Esporting, but it's all gonna come down to the final attackers. Pulse Gaming's final attack in YU. I mean, if he gets anything less than 90 seconds, it's likely game over. But if he has a slow attack here, VN Esporting have a real shot.
They do. They could have a shot at winning this one, as NYU still needs to deliver that 3-star, and can Demo provide that defense, as we have the King with the Angry Jelly, Root Riders and Valkyries, 1 Overgrowth to pair, and 19 Super Barbarians, and there's the King going straight into that compartment. Siege Barracks is down. Valkyrie right out in front of the Royal Champion as ground skeletons have popped up. Drops his own skeleton spell to provide the protection on his Royal Champion as he doesn't wait. Root Riders are down. Valkyries as well as he's moving his way in.
Ooh, the Royal Champion getting slowed down by that tornado trap. The Ricochet Cannon is the Spirit Fox's #1 nemesis. Luckily, I think the Royal Champion able to get through that Ricochet Cannon, but the Spirit Fox is on 1 HP. Hopefully the Healing Tome can get that Spirit Fox back up a little bit. The Archer Queen being utilized on the bottom right side of the base, just in combo with the Siege Barracks. A little unorthodox, but it might work out well here. And look at all of these defenses in the core doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, with that Overgrowth on the Town Hall, he's continuing his way through. The Root Riders are now pathing to the way to the right. Did wall break to the top side Ricochet Cannon, but now that Overgrowth is gone, so he freezes, and now he's going to continue his push through. Still is the Queen ability and Royal Champion ability.
He's trying to get a fast attack here to give his team the win. We get through that Town Hall. Firepower-wise, I think he's looking okay. Royal Champion has ability. She's going to be able to cruise through all these defenses. Skelly Trap's going to distract a little bit. We do have some storages on the bottom side, though. That's going to cost us some extra seconds. We're going to have to go all the way back downtown for that last gold storage. It's going to be right around the 90-second mark. I think it was about 88, which, if my math is mathing, I think VN Esporting are going to have to get a sub 60-second attack to even have a chance.
That is going to be so difficult to do. Minute 28 coming in there for NYU. But it all now comes down to the final attacker, which is going to be El Tano. Can he do it in this match to give them any hope to try to win?
I'm going to be very concerned if he's just coming in with Root Riders or just Mass Dragons. I feel like all the actual sub 60-second attacks we've seen have had some sort of trick to them, whether it's a fireball, whether it's a crazy giant arrow combo. He needs something here. This is the time. We can't just say you got a 3-star anymore. This is the time to bust out pure speed.
Can he do it? Now is it the time indeed, and it's the E-Dragons. Oh boy. So yes, he indeed has to be, I think, 58 seconds to be exactly tied in this match. So if he hits 57, they technically will have a 1-second lead. As here we go. Balloons. E-Dragons are down. He's moving in. The baby dragon in the corner. Pops that ward ability. The rage. Another rage. He's going up through. There's the queen ability as well. It's going through. Headhunter's coming out, and he is trying to be as fast as possible to give V&E Sporting a chance.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's dropping different things all around different sections of the map. You can see the queen on the left, the king way up higher at 10 o'clock, but I don't know if it's going fast enough. He's saving some of these rages for later. He's already at the 30-second mark. I think he needs to have already have the royal champion in there.
Yeah.
There she finally is at the 12 o'clock section. Now he knows how these E-Dragons are going to path. He's raging. He's freezing. Can the queen stay alive?
He keeps that queen alive through the monolith, freezing up the town hall. He's getting the skips through this. 45 seconds have already passed. The E-Dragons are getting the change into the core. The queen's clear the defensive king. His own king is kind of walking back into the compartment, not getting much value. And my friends, there is now a 1 minute that has surpassed, and he needed to hit the 56-second mark to have the advantage. And right there it is, a perfect war, but we're gonna see the advantage on Pulse Gaming side with literally 5 total seconds between these two teams right here. Not average, but total time, which is on Pulse Gaming side.
1 second on average, 1.2 if you want to be more precise. Wow. I mean, you got to give props to Eltano. Even though his team is getting eliminated, he almost got it done. 63-second attack there with all the pressure. Give him some props before we talk about the other team. Nicely done to him, but geez, they're just not able to get through it. And Pulse Gaming, with 1 second on average, are going to be staying alive in this tournament.
Yeah, that 1 average second equates to 5 total seconds in game. So you just needed to have your troops take down those buildings 5 seconds faster over the whole war. Not just one attack. It could have been one attack, sure, but that's how close this one was. And unfortunately, that means it is officially the end of the road for V&E Sporting. They will not be able to advance here in the lower bracket, while Pulse Gaming is keeping their hopes alive. They're going to try to win through the lower bracket to make it to the grand finals, but there's still a long road ahead of them.
A long road indeed, but hey, my prediction was correct from the beginning. At the beginning of this match, I thought this was going to be a really close, a really entertaining one, and I even mentioned as well, I thought this might be the first perfect of the day, and all of those were spot on. What an entertaining war. So close. 5 total seconds coming down to the very end. An awesome performance from both of these teams, but it will be Pulse that we're going to see more of tomorrow.
Man, what a performance from both these teams here delivering, but unfortunately, one has to be sent home. They both can't win, and unfortunately, that is going to be for V&E Sporting, the end of the road for them. But Pulse Gaming, they still have a lot of really tough opponents ahead of them. As we are taking a look at the attacks, a lot of different Root Rider and Valkyrie hits coming in from different angles. Dragons as well, seeing a mix of cloning up balloons, cloning up Yetis. But even now, Eltano came in with those E-Dragons, which was very quick. Eltano at 1 minute and 3 seconds, but unfortunately, Demo at 1 minute 59 was definitely one of the reasons. We had 1 minute 40 also from Diego, but it just wasn't enough for V&E Sporting. So Pulse Gaming are the winners on time.
Crazy to see that the top 2 fastest attacks of this match, though, were both on the V&E Sporting side. Amwanlin and Eltano with the 63 and the 68-second attacks. So, man, they were just so close.
So close indeed, but still great effort nonetheless, as it is a perfect war. And Eltano comes in with the MVP voting, but unfortunately V&E Sporting won't be advancing. He came in with those E-Dragons, an attack that we haven't seen here today, delivering, and it was a pretty quick triple, but unfortunately it wasn't fast enough. But Pulse Gaming, congrats to them as they will be advancing. We will be able to take a look at the bracket as well to update you as we are welcoming everybody back here to the desk. And my goodness, what a match we had there to close off today. We'll get both of your thoughts here of what you thought that match was and how it went. Itsu, let's start with you.
I mean, the matches are just so crazy close now. We had just the match before with only 1 billion difference, and now only 1 second difference on average. I mean, this is just crazy how close those matches are, and this was really nerve-wracking till the last second. And huge props to Altano for somehow making this close when it felt like the challenge was impossible to somehow overcome. Woody, how do you feel about that match?
Hey, I feel exactly the same way. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. It was incredible to me that we were expecting a perfect v perfect war, perhaps on the upper bracket. That's where we saw 1-star misses, and it turned out to be the lower bracket where we saw really tightly contested matches coming down to single buildings and just like a single second average. So really impressive stuff from all 4 teams on the lower side of the bracket. Commiserations to the teams that are dropping out. BN Esports and Momentum Shifters obviously did an amazing job fighting to get to where they were here today, but it was a tough elimination for them. That makes it an even more exciting advancement for Dizzy and Pulse Gaming, who are still going to be alive in the bottom bracket to fight it out again tomorrow. Lex, do you have any additional thoughts on those matches, and what do you think is going to happen in that Dizzy versus Pulse rematch?
Yeah, fun to see that the best match statistically from the day came from the lower bracket, but maybe that's just because, you know, both these teams feel like their back is against a wall, and now or never they have to have their absolute best attacks of the day to stay in it. And honestly, most of them did. Those attacks, all 10 of them were great. It just came down to 1 second, and it's going to be so fun to see that rematch of Dizzy and Pulse. And I think we're split 1-1 now, so who's going to win the third match of that 1 versus 1 battle?
Yeah, and that's going to determine who is advancing. And let's take a look at the bracket to see who has the chance to do just that. As we have so many matches, 6 matches here today, and then we'll have all the remaining matches coming tomorrow. As the first match tomorrow, as you see under round 2 in the lower bracket, is number 7. So that's going to be the next match we'll watch, which will be the first one tomorrow. Dizzy taking on Pulse Gaming. And then in the upper bracket finals, we have Navi taking on Marcos Esports. If Marcos Esports wins that, they guarantee themselves a silver ticket. If Navi wins it, they already have a silver ticket. They're going to be trying to go and fight for gold. They must win in the grand final. So plenty of crazy matches, so many amazing teams still left, but only 4 left here, Itsu.
Yeah, and I think especially with Navi having the chance of like making to the finals, the silver ticket then, if they're going to get the golden ticket in the end, is going to get shifted around because they have that silver ticket already. Prediction-wise, I think, well, Woody and me had some ups and downs, mainly downs, but Carbon and Lexnos did really well on this one with the predictions. Only 1 match, and this was kind of like the, yeah, I guess surprise with the roster change. And otherwise, you guys did amazing. Woody, what is your excuse here with me together?
Hey, we both got the match 1 and 3 wrong. I guess I'll take the L on match 2, but at least Dizzy X and Ezos came back and rallied in the end in match 5 to vindicate my pick somewhat. We've got another rematch for them against Pulse Gaming, and it is just going to be an absolute slugfest between those two. With 1 win apiece in monthly qualifiers, we know that they are so evenly matched, and it's so difficult to call a winner there. But the team that does win will then get to contest the team that loses in the upper bracket for a chance to get a ticket. There is going to be a team from the lower bracket that will win a ticket, whether it's going to be Dizzy, Pulse, or Marcos, or Navi. We don't yet know which one will be moving on. I think this is good news for Navi, though. They saw Momentum Shifters, maybe the most fearsome foe in the bracket, be eliminated on day number 1. I think that Navi have got a great shot at earning a ticket, probably a golden one tomorrow. Lex, we're looking now at the monthly prizing and what is still up for grabs. What do you make of the chances of these 4 teams?
big shout out to the teams coming in 5th and 6th place. Even though they were eliminated today, they are still going to be walking home with $5,000 each. So a nice little paycheck for them, and all the teams still competing in the tournament tomorrow. Well, whoever finishes last out of these last 4 teams is going to still be getting $6,500, and we're working our way all the way up to $18,000. So a lot of money being given out tomorrow.
But just winning first place, yes, you get the golden ticket. You get $18,000. You also guarantee yourself the last place prize in the World Championship. So there's even more money on the line for winning that golden ticket. So that's why it's so important for these teams who are trying their absolute best to try to get the last one that is available here throughout the monthly finals. There is still one more golden ticket available in the last chance qualifiers, but they don't want to fight through that. It's going to be such a tough bracket to push through that. If you have the opportunity now, this is your chance to do it, and they're going to try to take full advantage of it. But man, what a day we've had here today. Before we close it off, because that was the last match that we had for today, we will continue tomorrow at the same time that we started here. Let's get some final thoughts on these matches. We'll start with you, Itsu.
I mean, I feel like at this point, I'm wondering how we can get any closer matches, because this is what happened over the end of the day. It got closer and closer and closer, with 1 building, then 1 second on average being the difference. So what is about happening tomorrow? I mean, that is going to be really wild, and I'm looking forward to that. What about you, Woody?
Yeah, this was extremely close matches today, and just what you'd expect from the last opportunity to earn a ticket to the World Championship. Remember, we've got great teams already waiting in the wings that are going to be competing in the World Championship. After the administration decision today about reinstating tickets, we can confirm that Synchronic, VM Legacy, and Milliseam MG have golden tickets, while Navi, still competing this month, has already earned a silver ticket, might be able to upgrade that to gold, and HTM Esports and Momentum Shifters will also be competing in the last chance qualifier next month. But still plenty of opportunities this month for more tickets to be given out, thousands of dollars in prizing. Tomorrow might be the most important day in Clash of Clans Esports so far this year, and I'm really excited to see how it pans out. Also want to say thanks to the teams that have been competing over the weeks to get to this spot here now, and to the players and viewers who have tuned in to watch the show today. Thank you so much for cheering on your favorite teams. It's been a pleasure co-casting alongside a stellar squad already, and joining up for the first time on the stage with Lexnos. He'll be going up next, so tell us what's on your mind, man.
Some great matchups coming up tomorrow. Navi versus Marcos, and the Dizzy versus Pulse rematch. And to answer Itsu's question, I think it might just find a way to get a little bit closer. Maybe we'll have a match tomorrow where we have a fail, and then a fail from the other team with the exact same percent. And man, that's going to make things really fun, really exciting.
Oh yes, it's gonna be so much fun. You guys do not want to miss that, because it's gonna be tomorrow at the same time, 2 p.m. UTC. Mark it down. Make sure you guys set your alarms. We'll be ready to go then to find out who is gonna be getting the next golden ticket to be invited to Clash of Clans World Championship later at the end of this year. But that's gonna be it for us today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, Clash on.